Yes. Yes, no, also looks like on the screen now. Yeah. And then just one question. It's supposed to be the student. Keep yourself unmuted so we can talk and do this. Yeah. It's supposed to work. Yeah, this is probably one of our biggest premiere events. We've been working on this since almost June, and we like to basically showcase some of the top talents of ventures around the nation. And so this is one of our most exciting events of this year. This is the first year that we've done it completely in person since COVID, so we're really excited to host it at such a level. So before we get started, I'd like to just say thank you to all of our sponsors and partners. So I wanted to thank our sponsors, PNC, Axel, PVCA, MUS Law, and Forum Ventures, as this event could not have been possible without them and their generous support. I also want to thank our partners, Contrary, Y Combinator, and Dorm Fund, for their continuous support and network for our finalist teams. So let's buckle up and get ready for this unforgettable journey of entrepreneurship and creativity. So before we start, I'd like to just intro our judges for all the teams to get familiarized with. If I say your name, do you mind just like raising your hand so the teams can get to know you? Nolan Morrison, he is the president and CEO of Sustainable Composites. He's also an experienced consumer products executive who continues to mentor early stage companies and startups with business and funding strategies. We have Amy Sable. She is a founding member for Sable & Sable LLC and a partner in MUS Law with nearly 30 years of experience in corporate, real estate, and employment law. We have Norman Sadeh. He's a professor at CMU. He's a renowned computer scientist in areas like cybersecurity, AI, and IoT, and an entrepreneur who previously served as the founding CEO of Wombat, which was sold for $225 million. We also have Shomit Ghosh. He is a partner at Boldstart Ventures, specializing in early-stage support for enterprise software and frontier tech founders. He also serves as a board member and angel investor in various tech companies. And finally, we have Paritosh Kulkarni. He is the VP of Artificial Intelligence and Technology at Teal Omics and twice entrepreneur with great experience leveraging AI and NLP to automate deal flows in investment processes. Okay, so let's get started. I'd like to introduce our first team, Legal Pulse. I think what?
Hi, I'm Janice. I'll be moderating the Q&A sessions and introducing teams for today. So our first team is Legal Pulse. Legal Pulse automates the process of legal time tracking, generating entries lawyers would normally have to fill in themselves so they can focus on billable work. This saves lawyers hours and generates millions in revenues for firms every year.
Hi, I'm Reina. Hi, I'm Reina, and this is Legal Pulse. So time tracking is ironically one of the biggest time sinks for lawyers. As one of our judges who is a lawyer knows, lawyers have to track down their email activity, any phone calls they took, any documents they drafted, and any meetings they were in. And they have to track this down to 6-minute increments. This means that on average, lawyers spend 3 hours a week just tracking their time. Now, since corporate lawyers bill about $360 an hour, this means that law firms are losing $56,000 a year in revenue per lawyer. And this number triples when we're talking about top 100 law firms. That's why Legal Pulse is automating this process. We track lawyers' computer activity and generate any time entries they would normally have to create themselves. We then categorize these by case and integrate with their billing system. We're taking this 3 hours down to 30 minutes. So what does this look like exactly? Well, whenever a lawyer completes a task, such as sending an email, we take the minimal information necessary, which is in this case, the subject line and the recipient, and run it through our categorical machine learning model to generate a time entry with one of our templates. Now, why aren't we taking the entire email and running it through an LLM? Well, large language models are large, and they need to be hosted on a server. Servers that can be hacked, since law firms are very common targets of hacking because they host so much corporate data. We distilled down the necessary information needed for every time entry to the task being completed and which client it was for, both of which are categorical and it can be handled with a simple, compact categorical model that can be run locally. So a little more about me. I'm the CEO and founder of Legal Pulse, and I'm an AI major at MIT. Why am I best suited to handle this problem? Well, I have experience with both tech and familiarity with law. I have strong computer science experience from participating in international computing Olympiads. I have cybersecurity experience, which is necessary for building a secure platform that law firms can trust. And as part of the Harvard Law Entrepreneurship Project, I interact with both law students and lawyers from big firms quite frequently, and I'm very familiar with their day-to-day, and I've gained key insights into the specific problems they face. Now, there are some other softwares out there trying to solve the same problem. The incumbents, such as Clio and Carrot Legal, tend to place all the burden on lawyers with no automation. These softwares are the reason that lawyers take 3 hours a week to track their time. Now, there are some other incumbents, such as InTap Time, that are trying to add more features, such as a timer that lawyers can start and stop whenever they begin and end a task. However, many lawyers I've talked to told me that they have this feature, but they just don't use it. Lawyers have a very busy workday, and they can't remember to start and stop a timer for every single thing they do, especially since a lot of these are 5-minute tasks, like responding to an email or getting an unexpected phone call. Lastly, there are some new startups that are attempting to automate this process by running an LLM on all of a lawyer's data. and fully automating the time entry creation. Unfortunately, as I mentioned before, this leaves law firms susceptible to hacks. Now, we're charging firms a monthly subscription since we're saving them money every day. To calculate our monthly value add to law firms, we take the number of lawyers in a firm times their average hourly rate times the hours we save each lawyer per month. And we're taking a 5% cut of this. At a small to mid-sized law firm, this can amount to $88,000 a year. But at a large law firm, this can be up to $4 million a year. Our total accessible market consists of all lawyers in the US. And with our average charge per lawyer, this gives us a TAM of $4.1 billion. Now, our target customer is firms with over 100 lawyers, since we can create the most impact here. This gives us a serviceable accessible market of $1.5 billion. And finally, if we're able to capture at least a 15% share in this market, this gives us a market size of $225 million. We're going to start off with time tracking for US lawyers, then expand to the world, and finally, we're going to create a suite of tools for several professions that require meticulous time tracking as well, such as accountants or consultants. But this isn't just speculation. Within a week of reaching out to potential customers, we're in talks with 4 law firms about being our early beta testers once our product is ready. 3 of these law firms have over 1,000 lawyers. This was all acquired within a week of reaching out to people. This is a real product that lawyers need and want. Scan the QR code if you want to see our website and a demo video, and thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Legal Pulse. We'll just directly move into the Q&A session where I'll call on the judges' names directly. If we have any questions, Norman?
Great presentation, very exciting. Developer, and that sounds very exciting. Do they understand that they're going to basically have to provide those emails or, or sanitize those emails, or is that going to work out? Because the main selling point, if I understand correctly, is you don't need exactly everything in these emails. Things would leak into the LLMs. You don't want to do that. So what is the process, and do they understand, and are they ready to help you with that part of the process?
Yeah, so the process is that they sign in with their Outlook account, because most lawyers use Outlook for email. And then from that, I can access any of their emails. Now, although I technically have and it's never going to be stored anywhere. So that's why it remains secure. Yeah, and then as for what the law firms understand, I explained this to them, and also they require that any software they use has SOC 2 clearance.
They've signed up on this, that we're ready, or this is verbal commitment?
It's a verbal commitment because the product is not ready.
Great presentation. I have a question on your revenue model. You're 5% of the savings. Is that what I understand?
Well, technically, the amount of increased revenue they'll get, 5% of that.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, so
I'm easily confused.
I actually explained it in more detail in the appendix because I didn't want to include all the numbers on that slide. But basically, to calculate the value add to a firm per month, so we take the aggregate lawyer hourly wage, which means that, like, on average, a lawyer's hourly wage is $364, and then we assume there are like 50 people in this law firm, and then we multiply that by the hours we save each lawyer per week, which is 2 hours, and then the weeks in a month.
2 hours, that's based on your estimates. So you're establishing a baseline. So does the law firm have to sign off or agree to that baseline of what you're saving them?
Well, they would have to agree to the cost that we're charging.
We're taking questions from judges currently, but are there any other questions from judges? Show me.
So I think in terms of the first of all, great job outlining the question I have is kind of in terms of the kind of the technical moat around the business or anything like that. Like, how are you thinking about the access that you're getting? Not using something like LLMs or training model, like it's others may look at and say, oh, hey, I can do this. How are you having?
Yeah, I actually get that question a lot. So basically, once I've already established myself in some law firms and they're using my software and I'm working with them closely, I've realized that I can figure out other pain points they have, and I can just expand my software to work with those pain points and solve those problems. And also, lawyers or law firms take a lot of time to change softwares. So unless a new product was 10x better than the one that they're currently using, they would not want to switch.
Amy?
Being a lawyer on one panel here, I think this is an excellent idea. I'm just curious, in practice, how would it work? You know, because my day consists of jumping between tasks a lot of times. I'll start an email, I'll get a phone call, I'll end up talking to a colleague, then I go back to that email. How does it track how much time I've actually spent on that email?
Right, so this is one of the issues with timers, which is like they can't track juggling between tasks. So what we plan to do is, so one view will be like the view that we showed you, which was like, but it's like a list of tasks. But another view that you can access is sort of a timeline view, where like it'll have a timeline of like, oh, from this time to this time, there'll be a bar that shows you answered, you were like typing up an email at this time. And if there are any overlaps between different tasks, since lawyers can't double bill, you'll select the segment of a task that you want to bill during that time, and then the other ones will get.
And how does it track things that aren't necessarily on the computer? How does it know that I've had a call?
So in general, we track your calendar, so that we keep track of your calendar and like any meetings that are on there. So if anything is on your calendar, we'll have it. Now, if there's no record of anything on the computer, of course, we can't track that. But the idea is just to save them a majority of the time they spend time tracking.
How many of those unscheduled meetings do you have? That wouldn't be on the calendar?
They're quite a few.
All right, I'm gonna have to cut you off actually because of time constraints, but thank you so much, Legal Pulse. Our second team is Romantic Dinings. Romantic Dinings is an AI all-in-one dining platform and marketplace, seamlessly connecting customers with an aesthetic dining spot and local creators, revolutionizing restaurant marketing through user-generated content.
Hi, I'm Jay Park, a senior statistics major at CMU. I'm the founder of Romantic Dining. I'm excited to introduce you to Romantic Dining, an all-in-one marketplace for aesthetic diners and restaurants. So let's think about a time when you went out on a dinner date or a night out with your friends. What made it so special? Was it the music, was it the food, or the ambience? Well, there's so many factors that we consider since we go out not just to eat, but to share experience and a moment. In our interviews with 70 potential customers, influencers, and restaurants, we discovered a significant gap in the market. From customers, we learned that ambience is a crucial factor for date and night out. However, it is difficult to determine that. For example, you go out on a cute date, you plan it out, good reviews online, you go there and it's loud and noisy. It's really hard to tell what kind of ambience the place has unless you're already visited. Now influencers. Influencers play a significant role in promoting restaurants. But surprisingly, they only receive free food and zero monetary compensation. Now let's talk about restaurants. Restaurants, they spend thousands on monthly social media campaigns without clear return on investment. They also struggle with pinpointing local content creators that can actually bring in the local customers. It doesn't matter if you have 100 followers or 100K followers. If their audience is not the restaurant's audience, it won't actually bring in the actual foot traffic. According to our survey, 3.5 out of 5 times, customers feel overwhelmed in the process of planning a date due to decision fatigue. According to Wall Street Journal, 23%, at least 23% digital advertisement budget spent by marketers is a waste due to bad data. So no one is winning in the system. That's where Romantic Dinings comes in. Romantic Dinings is an AI-driven, all-in-one dining platform and a marketplace, seamlessly connecting customers with aesthetic dining spots and local creators, revolutionizing restaurant marketing through user-generated content. So let me show you how it works. On the left side, this is a feed full of authentic user-generated content. I added 2 of my friends for dinner in New York City, and with our AI-driven, personalized algorithm, the feed now reflects our preferences of everyone. And I see a post that I like. And then from this post, I can directly make a reservation. This is possible due to our integrated reservation system that syncs with the restaurant's reservation in real time. Also, our AI planner. Our AI planner provides personalized itineraries based on your preferences, location, travel time, weather, and special occasions as well. This will reduce plan time from hours and days to less than a minute. If you're a foodie, you'll be really excited with our performance-based commission system. You'll make commission from every reservation made on your post. This will incentivize users to create authentic, high-quality, engaging posts. And the posts will provide us in great data on what content really resonates with our customers. We will also connect restaurants with local influencers who can create quality posts and attract targeted local customer base. Romantic Dinings creates an ecosystem where everyone wins. For customers, we guarantee quality experience. For influencers, you'll be rewarded for creativity and hard work. And restaurants, you'll have a clear return on investment. So why Romantic Dinings as a restaurant owner? People trust people, not marketers. And consumers turn to UGC as they would their friends, family, or professional network. Learn your brand directly from your customers and increase social media marketing efficiency by 45%. We have both B2B and B2C business models. For restaurants, we provide month and weekly user-generated content insights, reports, return on investment analysis. And with our commission system, you'll be able to engage with local influencers and create a community. For our customers, you'll have monthly exclusive dining and bar events, access to restaurant campaigns, and with our in-app purchases, you'll have event planning services for your anniversaries, birthdays, any special occasions to further enhance the experience. The market size is estimated for digital marketing market is $320 billion US dollars, and for user-generated content market is $21 billion US dollars. Restaurant digitalization market is $9 billion. Within the next 3 months, we are going to continue our market research, continue our user testing, and within 6 months, we will officially launch Romantic Dinings. In 3 years, we estimate about 600,000 to 1.2 million users on the platform, generating an annual net revenue of $50 million. Let me introduce our team. Hi, my name is Jay. I'm a statistics major and the founder of Romantic Dining. Dong-Kyu Kim, AI engineer, AI major at CMU. Harry Park, a technology lawyer and our advisor. With Romantic Dinings, we believe that we will revolutionize the way people dine and how restaurants market themselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Romantic Dining. We'll move into Q&A now. Don?
You did a good job nice presentation. I'm still hanging on the edge of my seat. I was waiting to see how I would meet my next soulmate, because it was a branding question for me. Because romantic dining to me suggests, you're going to create an ambiance around a date or something, but you're really much broader than that. So you might want to think about rebranding to something, because you're really fitting the ambiance to your group of guests, right?
That's a very good point. So when we first started our business idea, we were deciding, should we really focus on catering the dating section or the dining section? And we decided that for a restaurant, we would prefer if people really have the great experience, good atmosphere. So we are not matchmaking or a dating platform. The name romantic is to emphasize the vibe, the atmosphere, the feeling that people are going to feel.
Norman?
Great presentation, thank you.
Thank you.
Two quick questions. One is I was wondering how you came up with the tracks on these various types of plan that you're proposing. And the other question is potentially more a comment than a question. I'm concerned that perhaps you're not creating incentives for the reviewers to provide honest reviews, because effectively you're compensating them for writing good reviews. If you write a terrible review, right, nobody's going to reserve based on that review. And so I just wonder if you thought about it.
Yes, that's a very good point. So let me go back to the business plan. So how I came up with the reviews. So before I go over the numbers for premium, if we look at the premium plan, we provide basic reservation and waitlist system. So the reason why we provide this, the basic reservation system and waitlist system for free is because our competitors would be Resi or Open Table. And in order to attract new restaurants or independent restaurants that don't have the large marketing budget or to use the reservation system, because they cost from $199 to $899 per month, we'll be able to attract those, even though it's more simplified version. And then once we have attained more customers than $799, it's because we provide a detailed analysis on user-generated content, and the competitors, they're suggesting $999 per month just for this information. So we provide in a little bit more cheaper, and also with the reservation system. And most of our business, our revenue is going to make from the commission system, and this is based on the bidding, which is this method is employed by Open Table as well. So how Open Table does is this is for advertisements. They'll set it from around $1 to $30 for an ad, and we won't do $30 per reservation. That's not realistic. So yes, based on the restaurant size, their revenue, we'll consider those factors and then provide commission. And your second question was
About the reviews actually.
yes, that's a very good question. So in order to see let customers know if they will actually like this place, we will have a system where some kind of metric of how likely you're going to like this place based on your previous places that you've already been to.
Showman?
So I think Don's point was a really good one, because like when you see that positioning, like I see it, it's like, oh, I can plan a date night with my wife or something, and it's a different way of approaching it. But I think that goes to like how you will acquire the users. Like, are you going to bootstrap it off an existing network, like a Instagram, and then port people over, or like how are you kind of thinking about getting it off here?
The first and the stages.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm currently talking to 20 to 30 restaurants at the moment, even before our product launch, and they showed a great interest because they for visual centric restaurants, they spend a lot of money on social media marketing campaigns. So from that, we will provide a free reservation, also insights to marketing, and then that's how we attain the restaurants first. And for for content creators, we will also collaborate possibly in first in Pittsburgh and expand that to New York because our first target market will be in New York City.
All right, thank you, Romantic Dinings.
Thank you.
Our third theme for today is Elastic Energy. Elastic Energy is a developer of a new class of batteries powered by trees. This technology is designed to facilitate the integration of renewable resources into the electricity grid, offering competitive energy storage prices while capturing CO2 emissions.
The present and the future are electric. Everything from our houses to energy users are counting on our ability to create more and better batteries.
The core batteries have fundamental problems. They rely on the mineries of minerals. Those minerals have come with a high cost because of the increasing demand for those, and they're very scarce.
And also, their short life makes them hard to recycle. So you might wonder what's the solution for this problem, and the answer is our batteries powered by these trees.
Yes, you're right. We make batteries from trees.
At Elastic Energy, we offer a minerals-free, low-cost, and super durable solution.
And you may wonder, what is actually a battery made from trees? Well, what we do is that we extract the tree sap from the tree and we create an elastic band. That elastic band can elongate 9 times its original length, storing energy in the process. So basically what we do is that we put that elastic band in our machine. So when the battery is charging, the band is being elongated. And when the battery is discharging, so when the energy is needed, the band recovers its position while moving a generator, converting elastic potential energy back into electricity.
And we can use these batteries at any stationary storage applications. For example, we have the residential market. Imagine you have solar panels on your home. You can use the solar energy to provide energy to your house at the day, but what happens at night when the energy is needed the most? Here you need a battery that stores solar energy and gives it back at night or when needed. Or the commercial market, imagine a hospital. These can rely on the energy grid because what happens when there is a shortage or a blackout, they need an energy backup. And stationary batteries are great offering these backups.
Another huge application for these type of technologies is for energy utilities that are implementing wind and solar projects, because they have the problem that the wind is not always blowing and the sun is not always shining. But the energy is needed almost all the time. So stationary batteries are perfect to solve this demand and supply problem. The total global for stationary storage market was valued at $96 billion in 2023, and only in USA it is $26 billion.
And the USA residential market, where we want to start in, is valued by $4 billion. So the total market is currently divided by the lithium-ion batteries, basically because they offer two main reasons. First, they have a pretty low-cost solution, and second, they have a high energy density. And at Elastic Energy, we offer the same, but also are taking the batteries to the next level. We offer a 3 times longer lifespan with renewable materials and capturing CO2. How is this possible? Well, because we're the only batteries in the market that are storing energy with elastic bands made from tree sap.
And even without our ecological advantage, our technical data excels. Here we're comparing our battery with Tesla Powerful. And as you can see, our initial price is 25% lower. We last 3 times more, making the total cost of ownership at the end of the 30 years 40% less.
And this is mainly thanks to our revenue model. We sell batteries that last up to 30 years, cost $8,600, and have a great gross margin of 50%.
We also sell the replacement of the elastic band. It has to be replaced every 6 years, allowing us to have a recurring revenue for each battery sold. This elastic band costs $2,000, and we have a gross margin of 20% in this band. We plan to be profitable by the end of the next year, selling 69 batteries. That will give us our revenue around $700,000 and 330 in cost. And this could be possible. It's possible because what you're looking at now is the proof of the technology.
This is the first working prototype of elastic energy. It proves that it is indeed possible to store energy with elastic bands. And this prototype was finished by the beginning of last year. Then in March, we formalized an alliance with Grupo Y, a company with over 70 years of experience in the elastic band industry. And together we developed an elastic band that can elongate up to 9 times its original size.
We also managed to get a pre-seed investment of $10,000, and with that money, we built our international patent pending. And to take this to the next level, we will need $250,000 of pre-investment. And to secure this fund, we're currently in negotiations with ERCO. It's a renewable energy company interested in technology. With that money, we will make our minimum viable product, and by the end of this year, we plan to start the initial deployment of the commercial batteries.
And this is the team that is making this happen. My brother, mechanical engineer student at UEA VC.
My sister, industrial designer.
We also come with Ivan Sanchez, mechanical engineer with over 30 years of experience in the elastic band industry. And we come with an excellent board of advisors that provide us contacts and expertise in the energy industry. And together, we want to invite you to join us in transforming the energy industry, but most importantly, in creating a more sustainable and reliable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Elastic Energy. Don?
One of your, on the competitive matrix slide, you claim your capture of CO2 from you. Yes.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
we have a backup slide for that.
Okay, I thought you might. So,
We extract the tree sap from the tree without any harm to it. So we don't have to kill the tree, we have to cut the tree. So basically what we're doing is, if we need more batteries, we just need to plant more trees. And the trees are the ones that capture the CO2. So
So this is the CO2 capture. Is that
the battery is not the one, but the trees that are made to build the battery are the ones that capture.
that answers my other questions. You have to cut down trees.
No, not at all.
But
We don't have to, so the extract from the tree sap is actually a process that's been done for years. And basically, they just cut a part of the wood, just a little part without even harming them, and well, they can be for the whole life.
Very good presentation. There's a part of it, however, that I feel I didn't completely understand. So thank you. If I understand correctly, this is rechargeable. Right? That means this elastic band needs to be recharged, or is it?
Yes, so basically we sell them every 6 years. So because
So you have enough energy for 6 years.
so the battery lasts for 30 years itself, but we need to replace the battery, the elastic bands, because they cannot last longer than 6 years. Or we haven't developed this technology yet.
So is combined with the ceramic. So basically, here is the battery. You can reach charge and discharge the battery 2,000 times. And at the end of the 2,000 times, the band finishes.
That's what I thought I understood. So here's the question. So the question is, how do you recharge the battery? Do you need energy from the regular grid to recharge the battery, or how do you do this?
It depends on the application that they want to use it. They could use it, for example, if you want to use for your home, and you want to or you want to charge it with, but basically it's a battery. You can charge it with whatever electrical energy that you need. They're basically taking a better battery that costs less, lasts a lot longer, and
But I don't need a battery at home. As long as the network is up.
Well, we do need batteries to provide a more sustainable future, because the current energy sources that we're using. So basically, this battery helps to provide more options for the sustainable energy industry, for example, solar or, yes.
The thing is that the problem that the big and energy utilities are having is that they want to integrate in wind and solar projects. The problem with that type of energy sources is that it's intermittent, it's not always there. And to be able to control that, they might supply power, and what they use is batteries, so the storage when there's a lot of wind, so we're able to use it.
So it's clear that, you know, when you reach peak power, you start falling back on basically source of energy that pollutes more, are more expensive. And if you have local storage and you recharge at times when, you know, consumption is lower, effectively you get a lot of impact. Is that the main value?
Yes, and we are replacing the current batteries like Tesla ones that are damaging more to the environment. Someone else?
Any questions?
Is the exact configuration to the battery like in terms of kilowatt per hour or?
That's life. This one.
Sorry, yes.
So in terms of power, 10.5 kilowatts hour, that's the amount of energy that we can storage. If you compare to the lithium Tesla, they do a little bit more, but it's very competitive. And in terms of output, if that's another question you have, is 3 kilowatts hour.
Yeah, so that's like, that can't power a car. Car needs like 17.70 per 100 miles.
That's this type of battery is not for mobility. It's not meant to be used for cars or phones. It's for stationary storage applications.
For now, but we believe that in the future, we will be able to improve this technology and be able to use it as the mobility.
So what is your target market then?
So, our target market currently is the residential market here, the commercial and the energy utilities, and this is where we want to start in.
Eventually not for automobile.
Not for
No, residential, like just like houses or buildings.
In general, you want to tighten that sort of, because residential is still like a pretty large surface area, so you want to kind of even get further into like, is it for people who usually use solar panels, and then like already thinking sustainably, and then have this as a backup, right? Like, then that way you can target your marketing, your messaging, and stuff like a little bit narrower. Right now, like U.S. residential is like, the surface area is way too broad, so it's hard for us to kind of really contextualize where you guys are focused.
Great, thank you, Elastic Energy. And as we transition into our next team, I want to give a general reminder that after our first half of pitches, we'll directly have our first keynote speaker for today, Lucy Go. So if you have any questions for her, make sure you scan one of the QR codes taped either behind the chairs or on any of the columns in here. And yeah, just make sure you put in any questions that you want to be asked during the Q&A session. But with that in mind, we'll transition into our next team, Creative DocuVet. So Creative DocuVet automates the creation of veterinary medical records using AI to help busy veterinarians save time, reduce stress from medical record keeping and compliance risks, and increase their earning potential.
Okay. Right. Hello. When you're a veterinarian, life is hectic. Between long commutes and back-to-back appointments, you have the meticulous task to mention detailed medical records for every appointment. You see, you're required to by state law to keep detailed and accurate medical records for every animal you see, every time you see them. For an average veterinarian, that can be over 52,000 medical records across the 5 years. The administrative burden leads to long hours, increased stress, $11,000 in lost revenue each month, and less time for patients that need help. It's a global problem and it's not going away, but thankfully our team at Creative DocuVet saw the problem and decided to do something about it. When an application faces raw audio data between veterinarians and their customers, we create complete medical records veterinarians can push their patient management system easily. DocuVet slashes record-keeping time to 70%, drives consistency, and allows veterinarians to go back to what they enjoy doing, helping the patients feel better. For clinics, it allows them to operate more efficiently by having less staff and have more patients without overburdening their doctors. All a veterinarian has to do is open our mobile app, select the appointment, hit start, and when they're done, our mobile app or our animal-specific AI pulls out key information and creates a detailed medical record veterinarians can review in minutes. Veterinarians have been trying to solve the medical record keeping struggles with scribes, dictation software, and general AI solutions. But scribes cost $40,000 a year, and dictation software still requires 4 to 7 hours of manual labor each week to produce medical records. Or if you try using one of our AI competitors, they produce inaccurate medical records because they miss animal-specific details. You see, most of our AI competitors use off-the-shelf generalized AI that miss animal-specific information. Through customer discovery, we found opportunity in the market to improve how vets work. We found that what makes our product stand out between all the other solutions on the market is our easy-to-use software that's tailored to specifically how veterinarians already work, and a proprietary large language model that's tailored to the specific types of keywords that veterinarians use between their appointments on a day-to-day basis. With 600,000 veterinarians across the globe being able to benefit from a product, we're going to start by targeting the US market of 124,000 veterinarians and aim to capture just 15% of it. With 124,000 veterinarians paying us $999 a month, we're looking at sales forecast of $44.4 million annually. We unlocked 28 additional billable hours per month per veterinarian, which equates to $8,000 of value per veterinarian. Our product pays itself over multiple times each month and is priced in line with our competitors. Our teams are perfect to solve this problem because of our technical and industry experiences. Our CEO, Armand, has learned to scale a business and make a product that others will love. From his time running a website design agency, helping small business owners and entrepreneurs look beautiful online. Our CTO, Charles, has been a software engineer, principal finance in John Deere. Charles, our chief AI officer, is fluent in machine learning and large language models from his time at Food Vector and Iowa State as a hardware engineer. Finally, I bring up crucial sales experience gained from running my own tech startup for the last 2 years and having previously worked in private equity. Our board of advisors being 12 years, large animal veterinary and clinic owning experiences. They know both what veterinarians want and have connections all across the Midwest of veterinarians to bring creative documents to market. Our app is currently on both app stores, and we are 2 days away from launching to waitlist 50 veterinarians and clinic owners, with 20 of them already booking demos for next week to see how they can incorporate creative document into their practices. We're going to look at 50 paid customers by the end of June and use their customer feedback to verify product market fit before scaling up to 100 paid users by the end of this year. This will be able to cover cost of goods sold and operating expenses. And also, we're looking to use our part-time sales representatives and a referral program to market our product. Along with previous success we've had attending veterinary conferences in Minnesota and Indiana, having boots at those conferences, we're also going to be attending one of the largest veterinary conferences this June called the American VMA Conference to get more leads. In terms of financials, we're looking to generate $90,000 in revenue by the end of this year, along with having an additional $100,000 non-dilutive funding by doing competitions like this. Going into next year, we're looking to break even in the beginning of Q1 2025 and looking to raise an additional $500,000 in venture capital investment next year. This will allow us to scale and hopefully grow to 2028, where we plan to have $44 million in revenue and $32 million in gross profit. By getting first place at this competition today, the $5,000 will help us to book a booth and tickets to the American Veterinary Medical Association Convention in June, one of the largest and most prestigious veterinary conferences, where we're going to be able to network with thousands of veterinarians and book at least an additional 187 product demos to gain more traction and gain more customers. With creative document, veterinarians unlock more billable hours, improve customer outcomes, and go back to enjoying their life's work, helping their patients feel better. Thank you.
Looking at raise conversation that the veterinarian is having with the animals.
I can show you on the app.
Sure.
When you go on the app, you select the appointment, you can hit start, and then you start recording. I won't record a whole appointment, but then you can go in the app and you can click on the detailed record. When you click on it, it won't have everything you say. It'll have only the specific information for you. It'll have only the most important information. You can see beats per seconds, the diagnosis, bad teeth, and also the operating plan, what you should do in the future. So both the customers with the animal and also yourself, you can see for future reference.
So it's like my chart for pets, my chart that the medical, access that you have for a person, where you go in and you can see your doctor's appointment is.
Record, and that's very important for just the veterinarians use on legal records too.
So I'd be curious to know how far along you are in evaluating the performance that you're doing against other products, such as fast-moving space. Zoom had its AI companion. I mean, there are several dozen of those products out there. Nothing that I'm aware of specifically within the domain that you're targeting, veterinarians. I was wondering, whether you guys should evaluate this, whether you've got any metrics as far as accuracy.
Yeah, and you bring up an incredible point where there's a lot of people doing this. We've seen Scribblevet and Scribing already in this market. But what's actually interesting about this and how we stumbled on this problem was that actually one of the board of advisors, Roseanne, came to us and said, hey, I'm using Scribblevet and I don't like it. One, it's difficult to use. Two, it's not really that great. Can you do something about it? And what is, I put that question. You said, how good are they?
So they don't like the existing product.
Yeah, so, sorry, I wasn't saying, sorry about that. Roseanne has begun using this, and what she's noticed, she's saving an hour to two each day on medical keeping. Each day she's saving an hour or two using our app in the state that's currently on the App Store. And she's the only user right now, but we'll have about 20 more by this week. Sorry, I'll pass on. Sorry.
Yeah, two questions. One is kind of hinges on his question. That like, how did you sort of discover, like this is the kind of problem that is because what makes non-prescribed like Cerner or passive players enter the market? They already have scribed for like human healthcare data. And second is you mentioned customized AI models. Like how did you make them? How did you find if you have no customers? One customer.
How do we
Find
make it?
the AI model, custom AI model.
Roseanne's a veterinarian clinic. So I'll answer the second question for the first one. Veterinarians, Roseanne, a board of advisors, is a clinic owner, so she sees with animals each day. So after the 6 months that we've been developing the app, she's been using it every day and having her conversations in there and bringing that to the team and using that as data. Our biggest expense right now is AWS expenses. It's probably around $1,000 a month. So we're heavily pushing our AWS usage and just trying to improve it. Going back, is that going to that second question? And then going back to the first question, you said, how do we discover this? There's other people saying that, yes, they can use scribes, but they're just more expensive, but they're also finding some mistakes. And also, yes, there's other people using it, and it's actually a good thing because what we've seen, if you go on Facebook chat, if you talk to veterinarians or look on LinkedIn, people are begging for this type of things. It's going to be crazy to think in a couple of years we were doing all this by hand, when we can do it quicker, more efficiently with this. But another thing that really stands out of our app is that we're only suggesting medical record. The things you can do, veterinarians can go back, review the transcript, and make the necessary edits to verify what we're doing is actually accurate. So all in all, we make them more accurate and quicker for less the cost of a scribe or the patient software.
Yeah, so your projections are based on capturing 15% of the market.
Yeah, so 124,000.
The sales guy, how will you do that?
Yeah, so right now what we're looking to do, when we go to conferences, we have about 2.5% of the attendees actually come up to us. That's more previous records from the 2 conferences we attended. So we're planning to do that, but also part-time sales representatives. Our cost of acquiring customers is $180. It's really expensive because we're not really doing the most scalable things in conferences. We're actually looking into more cheaper alternatives with social media. Surprisingly, how great social media is, even making funny posts, really cheap, but also something that they could attract a younger crowd of veterinarians. They're probably most likely start using it. So social media is one thing. cold calling especially too. That's something we might start doing, look into email marketing. But it's actually really interesting. The last convention we were at, a sales representative based out of Kentucky actually came up and she was like, hey, this is awesome. I actually travel to all these conventions to do sales. Is there any way that we can partner up? And I can
Great, thank you, Creative Document.
Use the product.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next team is Team KnitFit. KnitFit designs custom fit compression garments for medical use as scar management and blood pressure regulation. They are able to reduce the production time of these garments from 1 month by current manufacturers to about 30 minutes.
Sixty percent of burn victims hospitalized every year are children. And to deal with the traumatic scars left by their injuries, they're prescribed custom fit compression garments. However, currently these garments take over 1 month to arrive. And so by the time the child receives their garment, they have already outgrown it. We are KnitFit. I'm Jay.
I'm Pratyek.
And we make custom fit compression garments 10 times faster. Last year, physicians from the nationwide children's hospital reached out to the CMU Textiles Lab. They communicated that patients face a critical trade-off in that custom sized garments take too long to arrive and standard sized garments don't fit well enough. So, what this means is that patients are not receiving the needed fast compression that it takes to deal with conditions like burns, deep vein thrombosis, and lymphedema.
So we're resolving this using an end-to-end automated approach that starts with pulling patient measurements from body scans using photogrammetry, putting them into our unique algorithm that generates a custom machine file to knit these garments in half an hour. The core of our technology is based on machine learning research at Carnegie Mellon University, where we've developed a new programming language to program knitting machines. Why is this special? Currently, if you want to knit a garment, you require a lot of technical expertise and hours of work to create a file that looks like this, using a grid-like interface and pixel editing software. This would have to be done from scratch for every custom garment you knit. Now we're replacing that same interface with one line of code that represents that same section of the garment. So all we need to do is put our patient measurements into our code, and it'll generate the custom file in seconds. This is revolutionary for patients, as we can now knit these garments on demand and custom fit. So here are some photos of our latest prototypes, and I have one here for you to look at. We're creating both compression gloves for burn victims to manage their scars for a year, and compression socks to treat deep vein thrombosis and lymphedema. Both of these prototypes, or both of these garments, are FDA Class 1 devices, which means that they are exempt from any regulatory approval. And we own the IP for the algorithms that produce these garments. Now, here you see a comparison between one of our competitors and our glove. So our glove provides even compression throughout, as you can see, and eliminates the bulky seams that you see on the competitor's gloves. And you can see on the competitor's glove, the garment bridges over the palm and is not providing sufficient compression. So with our significant time saving, we're also improving on quality because we're moving from cut and sew manufacturing to machine knitting. And this means that we're knitting the garment in one piece on the machine with limited human involvement required. Whereas cut and sew manufacturing requires a lot of manual labor in addition to cutting and sewing the garments. So where do we stand compared to our competitors? Again, because we're using this new research, we're able to provide both custom fit and on demand, which no one else can. And with that, we're also improving the quality of our garments. Now, about the market. Currently, we hope to target the compression garment industry first in North America and then
help patients globally. But we believe that this technology and our expertise in machine knitting is groundbreaking for the knitting industry, and we envision a future where all knitwear will be made custom fit and on demand.
Patients will receive the garment via prescription from their doctors, and they'll have increased accessibility through insurance programs such as Medicare and Medicaid, which provide 8 compression garments per year per affected limb for a lymphoedema patient. Additionally, we're going to price our product at $100, which is much less than the industry standard of $135. And the reason why we can do this is because we streamline the production process. Where our competitors need cutting machines, sewing machines, and manual labor, we just need a knitting machine. And we're in talks with the manufacturer to acquire this machine at a secondhand price of $13,000. And we're going to use this initial machine for research and development in the starting phases of production. Behind all of this is our team, with backgrounds ranging from tech to business and operations to emergency medicine. We have the necessary skills to bring KnitFit to market and improve patient outcomes in a robust way. Additionally, with Corte's expertise in parametric knitting technology, we'll be able to be miles ahead of our competitors for many years to come. We also have a comprehensive list of advisors, including Dave Mawhinney, who has helped us navigate the startup and internship worlds, as well as James McCann, the lead professor at the CMU Textiles Lab and one of the pioneers of knitting technology. We're also advised by a group of doctors from the Nationwide Children's Hospital and Dr. Rajesh Dhamaraj. In fact, Dr. Dhamaraj will be piloting KnitFit's product in his vascular surgery department this summer. And he's continually provided feedback on our product and is confident in KnitFit's ability to bridge a gap in the market in a necessary way. Join us at KnitFit, where we're tailoring wellness and modernizing care.
Is that very interesting technology? Have you guys explored the possibility of, in your yarns, including some features such as antibacterial elements, or is that put you in a different medical class?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So our knitting machines can handle pretty much any type of yarn as long as it fits the needles on the machine. And even that is flexible because there are a range of machines available, and we can just pick the one that we need to accommodate the yarn that we want. And we've actually spoken to Vivo Threads, which is an Israeli company that manufactures copper infused yarns, and they have a patent on it, and this provides antimicrobial properties. So if the doctors wish that we create garments that provide these antimicrobial properties, then we can use Vivo Threads.
Do you have to train the doctors to know what yarns to look for or ask for, or is there a body of knowledge out there that they already know?
So what we do is we'd ask the doctors for the properties they're looking for in the yarn, and then we do the necessary research and speak to the suppliers that provide these yarns. I was actually at a conference these past couple of days, a knitting conference at Kent State University, and I've been in touch with a company named Zimmerman Dyna Yarn, and they have expertise in medical yarns and compression yarns, and they're very interested in supplying us with this technology or with these yarns.
Could you be more specific about what your patent covers and whether it's been granted or whether it's still in patent?
So we don't have a patent. We've just written the code. We don't believe it's patentable yet because we're creating gloves on knitting machines or socks on knitting machines, which isn't a new thing. But once we develop the scanning technology integrated with it, we'll consider applying for a patent then. Yeah,
so I guess the question I have is on the software side, it all makes sense. Like, is there a hardware bet that you're making too, in the sense of like does it have to be integrated with your software to work, or can it work with like any run-of-the-mill knitting machine?
No, not at all. We're using industry standard knitting machines, so even companies like Uniqlo use the same machines to make sweaters.
Yeah. And just to add on to that, the thing about KnitOut, the product we're using, is that it's the first machine independent knitting software. So actually, no matter what machine we use or where it is, we'll be able to utilize it. Whereas current members of the market, each knitting machine has its own language and they're restricted to that. Whereas for us, our language is readable by any machine.
Yeah.
I have two questions. One is like kind of that 3D mesh CV, like that plan you have, like what, you don't have that integrated yet. So what does that look like?
No, we don't have that integrated yet. We're still working on figuring out how to integrate it, but that technology exists. It's being developed. So once we integrate it, we just need either to pull the measurements from the scans and put it into our algorithm. Right now, we've just been testing because the core innovation is in the native code. We've just been testing with a tape measure and putting it in.
And what makes you not just like commercialize this knitting output language, assuming it's like embedded language and not the Python wrapper on top of other wrappers?
Yeah. So
yeah.
So the knitting output language was developed by researchers here, and it's a public domain language. So that's
free language.
Yeah, that's a free language. But our algorithm is using that language, and there are only like a handful of people who have expertise in that language with knitting. Yeah.
So how difficult would it be for someone, elsewhere to develop a similar algorithm? Is there something really unique about this algorithm that the unique competitive advantage?
Yeah, so current knit manufacturers have deep expertise in going back to this. They have deep expertise in creating patterns using this, right? And they come from a fashion background. So they don't have any programming expertise to create files using this. You need programming expertise to create the code for this. So currently there's a mismatch between programmers and fashion designers or knit manufacturers in terms of writing this. And we're months ahead on R&D because I've been part of the textiles lab. I've developed parametric sweaters, parametric gloves, parametric socks, and I've started this since last year. So it's just the time on R&D that we have an advantage on.
When a doctor orders a garment like this, where is the patient going to go to get the scan you're talking about? Developing that, but how does that happen?
Yeah, so I spoke to Dr. Dharmaraj and he introduced me to the person he sends the patients to for for the manufacturing or to prescribe when he prescribes some of these garments. And essentially they send the patient to an individual who takes the measurements of the patient and then sends it to the manufacturer and coordinates it. So now instead of coordinating with their manufacturer, he's going to coordinate with me, and he would be assisting in the scanning and sending us the measurements, and then from there on our process is automated.
All right, thank you, NitFit.
Thank you.
Our final team to present.
Thank you.
Our final team to present before our first speaker, Lucy Guo, is the Metaverse Museum Alliance program. The program aims to display local and university museums in VR and web applications. The goal is to provide students and other potential visitors with affordable, accessible, interactive, and customized educational field trips to deepen their understanding of art and history genuinely and engagingly while generating additional income and revenue for museums.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Selena. I'm currently a CMU junior majoring in business.
And I'm Eunice, a junior majoring in STEM-ML.
So we're very excited today to be here to introduce our startup, Metaverse Museums. We democratize access to art educations by turning those museum collections into VR experience, enhance the AI-driven features.
So we have three main stakeholders. The first is the 2/3 museums that struggle financially and fail to attract users, and they lack the funding and expertise to build an online presence and expand their audience. The second is universities who have trouble engaging students through traditional learning methods like slides. And finally, 94% of US population lack access to first-class art because of geographical, financial, and time constraints.
So to close this gap, we initiate our Metaverse Museums. We turn those museums collections into this VR web version exhibitions and also personalized learning contents for both schools and individuals. So schools will enroll into our licensing programs, where individuals will pay a monthly membership fee. And then we'll share 20% of our revenues with our museum partners. So now let's dive deep into the visualization process, where we possess a huge tech moat in our 3D reconstruction algorithms. It can turn the video recordings of those like artworks uploaded by museums into those highly realistic 3D photos. So this will not only reduce our variable cost of $0, but also save museums on average $4,000 and 70% times in digitalizing each exhibition. So in this way, it empowers us to acquire at least 30,000 museums with limited budgets. Additionally, unlike other current market offerings like Polycam and Luma AI, which only stores 3D models, we also save the original recordings of those artifacts. So in this way, we can eliminate this really time-consuming process of rescanning and re-uploading the whole collection after each system updates and technology advancements. So in this way, we're trying to build up this really high switching costs for our museum partners in order to ensure a stable source of new resources, new contents. So in addition to digitalizing all these museums, we also use AI to produce these highly personalized exhibitions, going from this 1.1 million public domain artworks and also new contributions from museums worldwide. And both formats of exhibitions will have this AI tour guide features, where the AI avatars of the famous artists will stand by to talk about their artwork and answer any questions you might have. Additionally, we also have a feature called AI tutors, which teach you this basic art drawing techniques and provide you with this real-time and actionable feedbacks. More importantly, our AI will evolve by analyzing the viewing and learning history of our users, and then to further provide with more personalized learning objectives and learning content.
And our product has two versions. And the first is through VR. So we will target US universities and private K-12 parents. This will bring us 300 million market size and 3 billion monthly revenues. And we will firstly offer class demos to professors, and then we will explore partnership opportunities with our departments once it gains popularity. The second version is the web version, which can be accessed on any digital device. And we will target US museums and public K-12 students, which will bring us 10 billion monthly revenues. Through these product offerings, we aim to help the museums to cut costs through streamlining the digitization, as well as generate more revenues by expanding their audience base. And secondly, we help the schools to improve student outcomes through providing virtual museum trips and personalized contents. And finally, we will help the underprivileged individuals to access arts and consume arts more easily. So we have 5 main competitors. The first is museums' official VR tools, which are expensive and in person. And the second competitor is Matterport. They offer museum scans. However, they lack of interactive elements. And the third competitor is EngageXR, which is a virtual education software. However, they don't have a focus on art. And we have 2 indirect competitors, and they are Google Arts and Smartify, which offers audio guides to complement in-person visits. However, they don't have immersive experiences or profound explanations of art.
So our team constitutes this diverse mix of talents, including business students, experts in CS and 3D reconstructions, and also art managers. We also benefit from the guidance from our mentors, like tech startup investors, VR education entrepreneur, and also leading scholars in learning science, museum curators, and art professors who are willing to test our demo in their class. So by the end of this year, our goal is to launch our products and establish at least 5 partnerships with local museums and universities, and also acquiring over 1,000 users. And looking ahead in 5 years, our goal will be expand our customer base to around 25,000, and this will be translated into 0.2 million monthly revenues. So thank you so much for listening, and now we'll open grounds to more questions.
I love what you're doing. I think it's a great idea. One of the questions I had in my head, but you answered it towards the end, is your differentiation. but the Gauge XR checked all the boxes that you did, except for the focus on art. So my question is, how far ahead are they versus you, and how will you get market share away from them? And because you have some very aggressive numbers, what percent of the market will you have to capture to hit your numbers?
Yeah, so I can talk about this. So Engage XR is just one of the examples of all these like VR educational software companies who are currently providing those like software solutions in VR. But the problem is that there are many targeting at STEM educations because these are the areas that have received the most amount of governmental fundings and also school fundings. So, but they neglect the growing trend and growing demand for art educations. So that's why I want to venture into this field. And the reason why I think we distinguish ourselves is that we have this like leading 3D reconstruction systems. So this not only produce the most realistic 3D models available in the market, but also reduce like 70% of time and also $4,000 for museums to like digitalize these exhibitions. So that's why we will be the first choice of museums to like partners and digitalize collections and provide those contents, provide those personalized contents to the schools.
Could you spend a bit more time discussing the process that the museum would have to go through to basically create? So you clearly relying on the museum staff itself, the curators, right? To create things. You're not going to send people to the different museums, if I understand correctly. But it seems to me that a key will be to have, enough support for these people to make this process very, very smooth. Can you say a bit more about, what you're currently doing or what you have in mind?
Yeah, so I can start to answer this question. So what we need from museum is the video recordings of the artifacts. So we will need them to take those videos. However, our model provides a great way to kind of transform the video recordings into 3D objects. And so the first benefit is it's very quick. And would you like to add more?
I could definitely talk more about this. So I think basically the only thing museum needs to do is to record, either take a picture of the 2D artworks or take a 360-degree videos of the 3D artworks and then upload them to our platform. Then we will be the one who's turning all this like artwork into 3D models and into like a whole exhibitions. And actually, like currently over 80% of the museums have already either in the process or have finished the process of recording all their artifacts, because they also want to preserve their artwork digitally in their own art management systems. So the only thing they need to do is actually uploading all these artworks into our platform.
It seems to me that there's probably more to it than that, though. I mean, it seems to me that there's also the full explanation behind, each piece of art that you're exhibiting. And that would have to be customizable in some fashion, software more times, because one time the child might be different than the other person. So how far have you gone into thinking about what would be able to organize?
Yeah. So currently museums only offer this really brief description of each artwork. So that's why in our gap, we mentioned that over 81% of museum visitors, they're actually unsatisfied with their current museum experience because most of them don't have this profound understanding of art history. So that's why we're leveraging AI to provide this really personalized content. So some of the features you can see from this graph is that visitors can highlight a specific portion of artwork, and then we'll use our specially trained large language models, which will only derive information from these reputable sources and textbooks to come up with the explanations of the specific elements of the artwork. And then we also have created the AI avatars of those renowned artists based on the historical archives, and they will also stand by to answer visitor questions beyond this function.
What if a user just wants to see artwork by a particular artist? So they don't want to go through a whole museum experience. They want to visit artwork by specific artists. Is there a way to pull that out?
Yeah, that's actually one of our competitive advantage. Because as you can see, we have two forms of museum exhibitions. The first is digital twins, which means that directly digitalize all the collection, every painting and every artifact of the museum collections into these digitalized exhibitions. And the second format is like AI curated quizzes, which means that you can pull the information from all different quizzes. And if the visitor want to, for example, learn a specific art movement or learn about a specific artist, we can just directly pull all the information about that artist and curate the exhibition for them. And actually, for our, we have like a VR demos.
All right, thank you, Metaverse Museum Alliance Program.
Thank you.
All right, so that wraps up the first half of pitches for this morning, and then I'll just directly hand things off to Avalon for our first speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for watching our amazing teams pitch their incredible startups. Can we please get another round of applause for all the presenters we heard so far? So, in addition to hearing from the next generation of innovators, we are also very fortunate to invite back our guest of honor, Lucy Guo. Give me 1 second to pull up the Zoom. All right, once she joins, we will get started.
In the meantime, we'll take a 5-minute break so everyone can just use the restroom and stretch for a bit.
Mine is like we have lunch and everything. No, mine is after the next one because we're on 6. Or we just finished 6. Yeah. So I'm 8. So how long after Lucy do we have lunch? It's a very good question. Yes. Okay. So then is this, do we have a lunch? Is that the lunch slide?
That is our, just do the questions.
Okay. So what do we have?
I'll switch it right in.
Okay.
And you just, yeah.
Right. Right. I'm gonna practice.
Cool. Have fun.
It'd be better if tells her like hi, so that I'm not like saying it from up here.
Hi, Lucy. We're going to get set up in a minute. Currently, we're in the middle of transitioning.
Well, yeah. Can you set her? Can you set her? Yeah. Why is she not? Oh, we're not on coast. Maybe pin someone. Can't figure out how we unpin someone. Cool. We're not cousins. Make sure that, yeah. What are you doing? They're just shooting the shit. Huh? They're just shooting the shit. Like, they're just chilling in there. I don't think he's seeing the messages. Okay. Yeah. Why are we muted? Or not? Okay. She can't see us. Yeah. Oh, I think she came up through there. Cool. Ready? Yeah, just call her.
All right, everyone, we're going to get started again. We have Lucy Guo here with us today. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Lucy is from the Bay Area, and she started programming very early on in her career. She came to CMU to study CS and HCI, but dropped out after joining the Teal Foundation. Since then, she has interned with Facebook, worked as a product designer at Quora, worked as a product designer for Snap Maps, co-founded Scale AI in 2016, and founded Backend Capital in 2019. Currently, she is an angel investor and is founding a new rapidly growing startup called Passes. Wow, what a journey you've been on. As you can see, Lucy earned a reputation as a trailblazer in the tech industry. She's been recognized as one of Forbes' 30 under 30 and is a force to be reckoned with in the world of tech and beyond. I welcome everyone today to today's talk about Lucy's journey in entrepreneurship through grit, growth, and genius. Thank you, Lucy, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Hello. Wait, could you mind speaking again? I'm not sure if the audio is coming through our system.
Can you hear me?
I think it's only coming.
I'm definitely not muted.
Okay. Yeah.
Working now?
Give us 1 second. Yeah, I think we can hear you for a laptop. Yeah, give us 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. I think, could you say something again? I think we can hear you.
Hello? Is it working?
Oh, yeah.
It's not going, it's on here, not pipe through there, so they may not be able to hear.
1 second. Still going through our computer.
Works now.
Okay.
Ask her to speak again.
Could you speak again? I'm so sorry.
No worries. Is it working now?
It's going through your.
It is going
computer.
through my computer.
See if we-
Give us 1 sec. Yeah.
All right, one more time.
One more time.
Hello? Yeah? No?
It should be choice of audio restaurant.
Yeah, it's selected now, but it's not. Say one more thing.
Hello? No worries, guys.
You can just put the microphone next to your laptop. You did that in the past. Yeah, I would do that. That's good. Yeah. And I'll get your second mic.
Okay, we're just going to project you through this mic.
Okay, all good. Whatever works.
Sounds good. Yeah, okay, but we can get started. We have a lot of questions ready for you. And just as a reminder, everybody, we put QR codes around the room. So once we ask our set of moderated questions, please feel free to upload any questions that you have so I can ask them at the second half of this event. Yeah, so we can get started. As Avalon had just described in her intro, it's clear that your journey is marked by many distinctive choices, from dropping out of college to become a TL fellow to your experience at Snap, Scale AI, and now launching passes. Your path embodies a contrarian approach to career development. Can you share how you assess these potential impacts of these pivotal choices? And do you follow a specific framework or set of principles when making such high-risk choices?
I think I generally just always try to optimize learning. So every single career move I've made, it was because I felt like I could learn more elsewhere. So like at Quora, I learned a lot of A/B testing and like how to grow, but then I wasn't getting the like product experience that I wanted. So then I moved over to Snap, and then at Snap, I was building dope products. But then when I got the opportunity to join YC, just comparing it, I was like, okay, like I would think I would learn more building a company. And then after building a company, I thought about like what I haven't done yet, and like I haven't done venture yet. So I was like, okay, I want to try starting a venture fund and like learning about investing, because that's a lot more breadth versus depth. And I've had a lot of depth in my career, but not breadth. And then afterwards, I think I learned a lot during venture, and I was looking at a lot of consumer companies, and during the pandemic, especially, I was like staring down at Patreon and thought they were like sitting on a gold mine essentially. And I think that building consumer company is like one of the hardest challenges out there. And I felt like I was in a good place, like try to do it. And I understood the consumer economy enough at that point in time. So I moved over and decided to build passes. And it's definitely been a lot. It's been fun though. Always learning.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting, especially trying to optimize for learning, and considering that consumer is such a difficult choice to pivot into. I'm curious, how do you stay so strong about your belief to stick to building in consumer when so many people say it's so hard to do over enterprise?
Yeah, I mean, I think I find it more fun. Like it's my belief, at least at enterprise, it's very easy to brute force your way to success. Like you can just ask a company, hey, like what is something that you need that I can build that you'll pay for? And then you build it, and then there are other companies that probably need it. And you can just sell essentially. Versus consumer, it's definitely trickier because a lot of times the consumers don't even know what they want. So you have to have like some intuition as well. But I find it more fun, and I wanted a fun challenge. And the thing is, like with the next company, like I actually want to stay here for a long time. Versus like I think I've been more of a career hopper because of like constantly wanting to optimize learning. So like I wanted to go for the hardest challenge possible.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I think it's considering now that you're trying to stay at Passes for a longer time, developing really good company culture and refining your skills as a CEO is definitely something that would be kind of one of the most upcoming challenges. So I'm curious, every CEO has a very defining culture that shapes their company. So while you were at Scale, you mentioned once in an interview how product and engineering driven culture will always win, because when you build the best product, the customers naturally do the marketing for you. So now that you're working on more of a consumer side company, did you kind of carry the same culture into Passes, or did you feel like you had to build it up from the ground up?
Yeah, I would say it's definitely very much the same culture. Like the reason why Passes is so successful right now is because we focused on product and we're like, hey, look, like all the other products in the market are really crappy compared to us. Here are all the features that we've built out, and we're scaling better than these other products on the market. And the product itself like has done the marketing for us, because when creators switch over from another platform to our product, they make like an average and a medium of like a 7x fold increase. So people that were making like 10K a month before are now on average making 70K a month. So that has done its own marketing. I will say that like I think that we do need to, like, we haven't spent any money on paid acquisition, and that's something that I think that like we probably want to focus on, because like word of mouth is spreading, but if we can like reach, let's say 100 million people at once, that's more ideal. So I do think that like with consumer, marketing does come more at play, but so far like we've been a product and engineering led culture, and that's worked out really well.
Yeah, so that's really interesting. So if you're still sticking with product, but now you're having to emphasize marketing more, I guess what is your current priority with Passes in the upcoming months, and how do you like balance them with a lot of like your personal life while building this? Do you have any particular founder philosophies that you think you've been carrying through Scale and now into Passes?
I mean, I think that like this is controversial, but I do think that to build a company, you need to work like 16-hour days essentially. So one thing that we're doing right now is like we're doubling down on that like work ethic. So we made like the office into a house, and there's literally bedrooms that people are living in. So we're working like nonstop together as a team, which is really nice. And I'm personally living in the house too, and working with everyone like 18-hour days. And then outside of that, yeah, I mean, like, that's probably like the main thing. Like, you need to be a workaholic and you need to be obsessed with your customers. I do think that like one thing that is different with Passes than Scale is that like it's a very relationships driven business. I guess Scale was too, because like, you know, you need to like sell to like engineer, the CTO or like head of engineering, et cetera, like whoever had a budget. But creators are like even more like they just get vibes. Like they'll choose you over another product, over just like being friends and like being vibey with them. So that's definitely been interesting too.
Yeah, that's really interesting, especially considering you're working so long. I have to say you're one of the most like notable CEOs, so still being able to kind of balance this image of like having good relations with your customers, like going to all of these events and still managing this hustle culture. Like how are you able to kind of balance this all, especially while building these relationships with these potential customers?
I mean, I feel like there's just so many hours in a day, right? Like I'll wake up at 5:30 a.m. I'll go to Barry's, do 2 berries in a day, and then like I just eat at my laptop, so it's like pretty efficient. And at around like midnight, I'll either pass out or I'll go hang out with people. Um, I don't get much sleep, so it's like probably not the best thing in the world, but like I'm pretty good off of 5 hours of sleep. I would say like since building a company, like I used to sleep a lot less, and now I'm probably sleeping closer to 5 to 6 hours a day, which is nice. But like there's so many hours in a day. I feel like it's a pretty easy balance. Like when you're living with like your employees also, like I feel like the social life is there. Like we're a team, we have fun together. like when we're working, like we do talk. And even our creators, like we'll invite them to the office, right? And then our creators get to interact with us while we're working as well.
No, that's really cool. I have to say, just being in college, sustaining off of that like 5 to 6 hours, it's quite impressive that you can do this continuously. But yeah, we've talked about like your company culture. It's clear that you're able to foster such a great environment and relationship. But I'd love to dig a little deeper into like, what Passes is, kind of introduce it to our crowd. So yeah, let's just start. What is Passes?
Yeah, so I would call it just a Patreon competitor. That's the easiest way to think about it. But we've created a CRM system for creators. So think like Salesforce for your DMs. We've tied it with subscription, but like things that like we help scale creators like mass one-on-one interactions. So for example, like you can send out a mass DM that's like, hi, name, how are you? And it'll be like, hi, Lucy, how are you? And it's working because the number one feature that fans request is like they want to know if a message is automated or not. But because of this, like fans feel like creators are talking to them, and they feel like they have a closer relationship with the creator and they're willing to spend much, much more money. So yeah, and then we all have features like live streaming and one-on-one calls. We're working on essentially turning creators from like small businesses into large businesses. So one thing we're working on next is like ads and brand deals for them, and then wealth management.
That's interesting. I believe last year when you came to speak with us, when you started building out Passes, I believe it originally was described more as like a Web3 creator platform. And now it's more like a CRM that you're describing. So can you tell us like what was the rationale behind this kind of pivot? Why did you feel like this was a stage to be developing in?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't pivot from the CRM system because like last time it was still CRM system, but the Web3 component, essentially, when we had acquired FanHouse, we realized that creators really hated Web3, at least gamers. The normal creator didn't, but we were adopting a lot of gamers. And they just like they have a distaste for Web3, and we couldn't continue being Web3 and like acquire those creators. So it was a trade-off in our heads where we're like, okay, why are we shooting ourselves in the foot when it's not like there's any creators that love the Web3? Like no one cared about that part. That being said, I still think that it is the future. Like the idea of interoperability is kind of my dream, where, for example, like it would be amazing for someone to like connect their wallet on Ticketmaster and then be able to like them to see, okay, cool. You're a super fan, so you get like discounted tickets to like this person's show. But like versus like having to plug into APIs, et cetera, for like every platform. The reason this is just like, it's just like not how the world works right now. So it doesn't really make sense to shoot ourselves in the foot when the world still hates Web3. Also, Live Nation owns every venue. So regardless, we need to partner with Live Nation to even make that happen.
Yeah, no, that sounds really reasonable. Definitely working with what the market likes. And then also just looking into this creator economy itself, I feel like it is quite tricky compared to enterprise because it's really dominated kind of like this attribute of likeliness of the content creators that are on your platform itself. And so, as you described, Passes really strives to enable creators to monetize their base of followers and convert them into these super fans. So how are you honing on this metric of like creator likeliness and growing this kind of audience engagement?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting because likes and comments don't necessarily mean that you'll convert. Like I would say our top creators, like we take our like top 20 creators, they all have under 500,000 followers, which is pretty wild. And they're making like 6 figures a month. Like our number one creator who does like 400,000 a month, she has 150,000 followers on Instagram. It's pretty wild. And they're all very normal people. They're like firefighters, they're nurses, they're dental hygienists, they're like random fitness trainers, etc. So like it is very, very interesting for us. I would say like the closest thing that we found is you need to detect whether they have like an internet paparazzi. So are there like subreddit threads where people are just like gossiping about them? If you look up like who is X dating on TikTok, are people making videos trying to figure out like, oh, like they're in like this person's bathroom from a Snapchat shot. And when you have like internet stalkers slash internet paparazzi, that's when you can kind of feel like, okay, this person they might have less followers, but they have an internet paparazzi, and this paparazzi really cares about them, and they'll probably convert into paying fans.
Yeah, and you made a really notable, this is actually a perfect follow-up for my next question. I was doing some research about the platform, and like you mentioned, you have some really notable artists on it. You have Black China, Emma North, Andrea Boats, but surprisingly, they're not the creators with who are bringing in the most money. And so, like in a previous interview with the Florida Funders, you were talking about how people who are making around like 400K a month. They're kind of these middle of the nowhere creators who are really relatable. So I'm curious, like what are the most attributes other than these kind of like gossips or talks that you're spreading that makes so many audience people convert to super fans with these lesser known like content creators on your platform?
I mean, these lesser known content creators on the platform, they have those super fan bases still. Like if you look up like videos of like who is X dating, or you like do a Google search, if you look at their subreddits, they'll have subreddits, they'll usually have discords about them, etc. Because like there's a core fan base. Like it could just be 100 people, right? But if there's 100 people willing to spend enough money on you per month, you'll make a lot of money. So we found that like the highest converting creators to have like 2% of their Instagram audience end up converting, which is like quite a lot still, right? Because like you can have 100K followers and that'll be 2K fans that are paying. And that will convert to like 6 figures a month.
Yeah, very cool. And then I was also interested in learning a bit more about Pass's recent acquisition with FanHouse. I know there was a bit of concern about catering to the platforms and content creators' needs. How do you feel like you have an advantage being a founder who doesn't have that traditional like content creator background and being able to kind of create this platform that revolutionizes this content creator economy?
I mean, I would say that being a product and engineering driven founder is the reason why we're here like today. A lot of people that, you know, are creators, they just don't have like, they didn't study engineering, they don't have the engineering chops, they hire like outsource people to build a platform, and it just doesn't work or scale. I would also say that I am very tied to the creator economy. Like all my best friends are creators. So in that sense, like I kind of saw all their problems. And I was able to take like both a product approach and like, you know, user research approach to create the best product.
Yeah, well, that's really cool. And then I have one more question more on like the CEO side. You write a lot of these blogs on the Pass's website about like fundraising and just like how to be a good CEO. And one of them you were talking about how the main job of a founder or CEO is to be really good at fundraising and hiring. Can you kind of talk about those two attributes, especially with examples related to making this founding team at Pass's?
Yeah, I mean, I would say just like I always aim to hire smarter than me. And it's nice because, you know, I did go to Carnegie Mellon and like it is one of the best CS and design schools. I wasn't like the top student, but I had like a pretty good bar because of that. And that's definitely gone into like hiring. Like the founding team consists of like one of the top students from CMU. He was like an early affirm engineer 5 years and converts of like IOI medalists, etc. So like, you know, the engineering bar is very, very high. And then I myself have like a very high design bar as well. So it's like, can you design better than me? Can you design faster than me? And that's why like I think within like the product and like the Eng org, we just like we have rock stars right now. And then everyone's from like basically Carnegie Mellon, MIT, etc. I think that you can find diamonds in a rough, but it is much easier hiring from like my own network, which does happen to consist of like, you know, Berkeley, MIT, CMU, etc. And I always like, I love IOI medalists because it shows that like they have a lot of work ethic to train for that. And also like, they're just like, you know, very technical. So yeah, and then like I think that like when you make a mistake, you need to be able to like fire fast as well. And I think that like I did make a mistake of hiring a few friends that I have like pretty much a no friends role right now because I have lost friendships from like having to let go of friends. But like if you make a mistake in hiring, like you have to fire fast.
And so how did you balance, or I guess I'd love to know, especially for us, like a lot of us are undergrads here at CMU. When you were at CMU, did you know that this like network of friends and people you were making were people you could potentially hire as a founder? Or like what advice would you give us to make sure that we're involving ourselves with these proper like networks?
Yeah, I mean, I would say like this is going to be like the most talent dense network that you will ever have outside of like it's going to be more talent dense than like even the companies that you work at. And generally like, when you're hiring, your network is going to be like from your college and like the people that you have worked with. So in that sense, like I would just like make friends with the smartest people that you know and like stay well connected to them because they will probably be your future co-founders or your future founding team.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. And then I'd like to go on like the other side of the point you made. Along with hiring, you have to be really good at fundraising as a CEO. So recently with your recent Series A of 40 million with Passes, it's clear like you're having this experience being a first-time founder with Scale AI, knowing how to fundraise. So I am really curious, since you've also spent a few years as a general partner at Backend Capital, you also started HFO and engineering incubator. You've been both on the side of being a founder and more on the investor side. So what are some strategies that you've identified to make fundraising rounds quick and efficient?
Yeah, I mean, I think you need to drive FOMO. So what I always do is you want to start it all at once, right? And then you want to line up, I would say, like all the like tier 2, tier 3 VCs first, because they're, and then like you want to line up tier 1 VCs and like use like, oh, I'm talking to a few tier 1 VCs to the tier 2 and tier 3 VCs, but I would practice with the tier 2, tier 3 VCs too. A lot of people say like, oh, the questions are different, but I've actually found the questions are very, very similar. It's just that like tier 2, tier 3 VCs, like if they don't get an answer that they like, they might just like pass, versus like a tier 1 VC, like if the answer is like I don't know, they might still be like, okay, cool, like we'll help you figure that part out. And then always like I'm actually really bad at this, but like I think that you should do the Kickstarter effect. So it's like essentially saying that you're raising less than like what you're intending to raise. So if you're trying to raise 2 billion, be like I'm trying to raise 1 million, and to make it oversubscribed. Get a few angels in first. So be like, okay, cool, like these angels are committed. And like as long as they're good names, people are like, okay, cool. But yeah, I mean like the first our seed round, I meant to raise like 3 million and we ended up at 9, and this one I meant to raise 15 and we ended up at 40. So like I'm not very like I like overdo the Kickstarter method to the point where like I get that more diluted than I want to.
But I like the point you made about like raising FOMO, especially when you're talking about like the tier 1, tier 2 VCs. I'm curious, what were like some of the common questions that you found they were asking?
I mean, because we were a Series A company here, it was really numbers driven. Everyone wanted to know like creator cohort retentions, like what was the retention on fans, what's the retention on creators, how many creators like retained like month over month, how was the dollar amounts retained, like the growth rate, etc. Which like we all had like really strong numbers there. So like our numbers were just like not an issue. I think the main question people were worried about is like, are you ever going to allow adult content on for like that? And I was like specifically for us, and I was just like, no, we're never going to allow that on because of X, Y, and Z. But outside of that, it was like pretty easy fundraise.
And then since this was, I guess, like your second time raising as a founder, did you feel like it was harder or anything more different than the first time you raised working with Scale AI?
I mean, the numbers are just really, really strong. Like in 2020, we would have already been valued at a unicorn, and I just had someone offer me a unicorn valuation. But I just like don't think it makes sense because I have like indefinite runway, and like I think that like with this runway we could become like multiple billions instead of just 1 billion. So I'm like not gonna dilute myself this time. But yeah, like our numbers are just strong. So it was honestly like much easier.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting. And then I guess I'm interested also on the investing side of your journey. You were an investor in Backend Capital, and then through that experience, you also created HFO, a residency program for engineers to build ambitious companies. I'm curious, HFO is really well known within this like builder community. So what really sets this apart from other incubators?
Yeah, I mean, with HF0, the idea was like came from like me and Dave's hackathon days or like hacker house days. And it's like very similar to even like how I've set like my company up, right? Like we're all living in a house, we're all working together. And the idea is like we would take away all distractions. Like you would live with like all the founders, and like you would have food covered, like laundry covered, etc. So all you could do is like focus on building, which is like literally what I'm doing for my engineers too. So like, cause like that's how you become most productive, right? Like when you take out every single worry they have. So like food is covered, laundry is covered, like all their time can be spent just building. And that's also like how I've set up my life. So we're like, okay, cool. Like, let's just do this for all the founders so they can like really optimize and just like, they don't have to worry about anything. Cause like, even with YC, like if you're moving to San Francisco, you have to like worry about rent, you have to worry about your meals, etc. We're like, if we take that all out, like, it becomes like a very unique program, and like a lot, the community is built, and people really love community. And I think people are like willing to give up higher amounts of equity for like connection and community. So yeah.
Yeah, no, that sounds really cool. And then did you feel like there was a difference? Because I know there's one, you started this in Miami, and then there are communities now growing in SF. Does the geographical location also have a difference in like the quality or like the vibe of these builder communities that you're making?
I mean, we kind of flew people from all over the world, but like it is easier to recruit from San Francisco, right? And like our LA office definitely has more people because I'm recruiting from San Francisco and bringing people down there, or I'm just recruiting from LA itself, and like there's just more tech people there. Versus like in Miami, in order to like move people from New York, LA, SF to Miami, I was just being extremely generous with equity. Which I'm fine with because like, you know, I'm a solo founder, I have enough equity. But yeah, like it was it's definitely easier on the West Coast.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I think SF is inherently, it's in the heart of Silicon Valley. The
Yep.
builder, like hustler culture there, it's like miles apart from different places. But I'm curious, I know Miami is known, Miami, LA, they're naturally like the hubs of where content creators are, so it makes sense for passes to have been from there. But what was your long-term like vision of moving there like permanently? Or from like previous interviews, you've said that like you're really happy in Miami, you plan to be there for a while.
Yeah, I'm in LA now. I'm really happy in Miami. Miami is my favorite place on earth. And I like really wanted to like try and make it work, but I think like it really hit me. So in October, I went to LA, and I realized like we were not known at all. People literally thought that I like was not the CEO and Passes was a failing company, and we were like, oh my God, we need to change the image of this. So we met up with like content creators, agencies, managers, and like really built our reputation, along with like hosted a great event. And then like by the end of October, everyone knew what Passes was. We had formed like these like very meaningful partnerships with people, and like it was like kind of an inflection point within the company as well. And that's when I realized that like it's a relationships driven business for sure. And it just like a good content creator network is very small and things get around very quickly. So we needed to be in LA to like really have relationships with like all the creators.
Yeah, that's fair. And then since this is a very relation driven kind of company, do you feel like you'll have to keep moving to more like hub spots around like the US to help expand passes?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there aren't really many hub spots like hot, to be honest. Like there's like New York, maybe, Miami and LA. LA and Miami are definitely the top two. So in that sense, like I think we can get it covered pretty quickly. And like the network effects are definitely like in LA. Like if you have all the LA creators, for example, like the middle of nowhere creators that are in like Alabama are going to hear about you. And
Yeah.
it has been interesting, but like definitely all our top creators like live in like the Midwest, because they're like smaller normal people, right? So they hear about us through, I guess, the larger creators.
Mhm. And so I believe right now it's like you screen the creators and you onboard them personally, right? When they join this platform. And so when people are hearing about passes, like how can content creators get access to like all of the facilities that passes have?
Yeah, I mean, they can just, you know, apply to be a creator, and then we manually screen everyone. And then if they're like a large enough creator, then we will like send out an email. And I'm always like constantly tracking the dashboards and seeing like who joins that pops off. And like if someone suddenly does like very, very well, then like I personally reach out as well. But it's interesting because like we don't actually need that many creators to make a lot of money, and that's where like our business looks like enterprise sales. So like Bond, for example, we had to do a 10-year DCF. And with the 10-year DCF, if we eliminated our like highest earning product, so if we eliminated DMs and it was only subscription, we would still only need like 30,000 content creators to like be a multi-billion-dollar company. So add on our DMs product and like we're like multiple decacorn like valuation. So like we do very well with a small amount of creators. Like right now we have around 1,000 and they're doing 50 million a year. So you can imagine like we really just don't need that much.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. So then I'm curious, I guess this was kind of my last question. Since you don't necessarily need to onboard as many content creators to have like this rate of success, what are your priorities with passes for like this upcoming year?
I definitely want to try and 3x it. Like that's my goal. And I think that's possible. But I want to do it in like a smart way. So targeting different niches. So one thing I'm looking at right now heavily is like sports, because college students can now, you know, like have NIL, like NIL deals are a really big thing right now. And they can finally monetize off of their name and image and likeness. And then other niches that I find interesting personally, like astrology, psychics, people are willing to spend like absurd amounts on these two. I think pastors would be very, very interesting to get on, but I don't know if that's a 2024 thing. But yeah, like I would say expand in different niches and then really test to see whether we can drive like fans to new fans to creators, because it's kind of the difference between like a $20 billion company and a $200 billion company. Where like if we could create like something like Netflix or Masterclass, where like people that don't know who like a creator is, like they still will like join and spend money on them. We had a For You page before that like kind of worked. We had 40% of fans spend on 2 creators at least. So we think it's possible, but like how much can we take? Like, I guess like how much can we make from it, and like how many fans can we drive to creators?
Yeah, that's fair. And so I'm curious about that investing part. Is it did you stop doing that now, or is it something you're planning to like rehash and
I'm
bring in
still
again?
doubling down on my current investments. So I'm pretty much the one that says like yes or no to whether we want to put in more money into certain deals. And I've been angel investing on the side, but I've definitely like paused a little bit on that because I've been making a lot of money on the public markets too. So yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, those are all the questions that I had prepped. So I'm very happy now to open it up to the floor. I'll give everyone like a minute to fill out these QR codes and just start uploading questions. And then, yeah, I'll ask away about what our audience questions have. Cool. Yeah, we already have a few coming in. Yeah, this is more for a lot of the students here. Again, we are like a very undergraduate focused club. So what advice do you have for college students that are majoring in CS and AI in today's world? And what do you say are the most valuable skills? And is it important to even learn programming?
I think it's important to know programming, just because it's going to help you hire the best engineers. Like you can imagine that if you're non-technical, you're like the engineers you hire are just like they're probably not going to be very good, which is a mistake a lot of companies make where, or a lot of founders that are non-technical make, where they're like, oh, I can build the product and like just pay someone in India to do it for cheap, right? And then they end up with like a not so great product, or like they end up with a product that looks like it works, they pay, and then it just doesn't scale, which is like not great. And then they find bugs everywhere. I think like quite literally the most important thing is like you have to remember that this is going to be the most talent dense network that you have. So like identify the talent that like you think you want to work with in the future, and like don't like make sure that they remember you. So like after college, maintain that relationship, keep close to them, because like you will probably try to hire them one day, or like they might be your co-founder.
Yeah, that's fair. And I'm curious, when you're trying to create these friendships too with high potential talent, how do you go about it where you're actually making meaningful relationships and not seeming as like transactional?
Yeah, I mean, like they're going to be people that you want to get along with too. Like you're going to want to be like friends with like these people as well. Like I think that it's very easy to tell when it's transactional, but like you should want to be friends with like smart people that, you know, are ambitious. Like they're very similar. Like I think that people, like when you like people that have similar values get along, right? So like if you're making friends with other like ambitious people that eventually want to be founders, it's a natural friendship.
Yeah, no, that's really fair. And then I guess to the aspiring entrepreneurs in the audience, how can they build their work ethic to like the level of yours to keep working this hard and learning how to like scale and hire the right team?
Yeah. I mean, I personally think that like having a routine every single day really helps in my schedule. Like being able, like I'm like very disciplined, and I will wake up at 5:30 a.m. and do berries, right? Like I never miss a day of berries. I think the second that like you like say, okay, cool, like I can go one day without it, that's when you start like making excuses for every other day. So I don't let that happen where I'm like, even if I feel like complete crap, I didn't get enough sleep, I'll wake up and I'll still do it. So I think discipline is like probably the biggest trait that I have, where I'm like, I have to do it and like nothing's gonna stop me. Like I'm sick, okay, whatever, I'm still gonna work out. So that's like I think what has helped my work ethic, because like putting myself in a routine, and I already have like more hours in a day by like, you know, being done working out by let's call it 8 a.m. and showered, um, ready to go. So yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. And I have to say, I love your Twitter. I'm always following it, and at least every week I see like 2 to 3 berries posts. And I think it was really cute. I think you brought your team in, and you were like, "Oh, I love how my own like team is always doing berries with me." I guess
Yeah.
as the CEO yourself, it's really good to have this framework of discipline. But do you expect this? I guess like with your founding team.
Yep, I definitely do. Like I want my founding team there. Like I think you have to understand though, like your team will always work like less than you. So if you're going to the office at like 10 a.m., your team's gonna go in at 11 a.m., right? But if you're going in at like 7 a.m., then they'll go in at 8 a.m. And they'll typically like leave. So earlier, like the second you leave, they'll probably leave. So like if you leave at 6 p.m., then they're gonna leave at like 6:15 p.m. or they'll leave like earlier than you. So I think that like in that sense, the only work as hard as you do. And that's something
Yeah.
like very important to remember. So like when we were first starting, like I pretty much had to strict like everyone latest in the office by like 10 a.m. and I would go in much, much earlier. And then we would just all work until midnight every night, which was nice, and would leave together.
Mhm. No, I really resonate with that. I think when I got into this leadership position too, I was very much told by my mentor that always be like the first one in the room, be the last one to leave to set that kind of stance.
Yep.
But I guess at what point do you realize, like by doing this consistently, that people that you're working with also start prioritizing like the club or the company that you're working on?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the hard work, like there's going to be results, right? So I think that like as the company started growing and it was really clear we had hit product market fit and we're like probably one of the fastest growing companies out there, everyone just got more excited and like they wanted to work more, which has been really nice. Like my team definitely, they're all workaholics, like we're all on call, like available over the weekend, etc. And like I think we're all in it together and they're also very well incentivized, right? Like I've always been equity generous. So for them, it's like generational wealth that they're looking at. And thus, like everyone wants to make it work.
That's fair. So then what do you think is your favorite part of like being a CEO? And also like what do you think is the favorite part of like the people that work for you?
I mean, I just love working with so many like smart, talented people. They're also like, they're really hard workers and ambitious. My favorite part about being CEO is definitely just like getting to build this team and product. Like my entire job is selling, right? So I'm always selling to creators. I'm always selling to like potential employees.
Mhm.
I'm selling to current employees to like stay, etc. And I really enjoy the relationship building and also just like the deep product thinking. Because I was
Mhm.
focused a lot on like breadth versus depth for a few years, and now I'm like back into like depth, and it's been very fun.
Yeah, that's fair. And also, kind of on that point of like building that relationship, the skills that founders really need. I think, especially coming from like a very CS oriented school, I think building culture, learning how to have like high agency and that technical skill is really prioritized within like the entrepreneurship circles. But for skills that are like founder-led sales, things that you don't really learn until you're in that experience itself, what's like the best advice you can give to college students who are trying to have that natural like ability to scale a business, learn how to do those like relationship building?
No, I think that like a lot of it is just vibes, weirdly enough. But like I would say like for example, if you're trying to hire someone and then like you give them an offer, really try to make them like feel emotionally attached. Like the Collison brothers from Stripe, they would like literally go on jogs in the morning with potential hires. They would like fly them in like their little airplanes to try to recruit them. They would like literally become their best friends. And like given that like the hire is going to be stuck with them for like several years ideally, they're going to like have to have that close friendship and relationship. And then it doubles as like a do we get along such thing as well, right? Like where if you guys are like hanging out not stop, and you guys don't get along, then like probably shouldn't hire them. So in that sense, there's that. And then I don't know, like I always just try like I think that like people are going to hear excitement in your voice. Like you really have to believe in like your company as well. So when I'm like selling to candidates, like I sound really excited and like psyched. And they like feed off of my energy and then they get really excited and psyched. Like I've been like recruiting for some executives for the last like month and like I've passed on everyone, but the overwhelming feedback from like quite literally everyone is just like they want to work. They're like desperate to like work for me after because they are like so excited by my energy and like my belief that the product is going to be like multiple like billions of dollars.
Yeah. No, that's really good to hear. I'm really curious, as a company starts to scale, obviously it's not as like feasible, right, to keep hiring personally and to spread that kind of like energy that you have as the founder. I believe somewhere you wrote that you mainly just have 7 like direct reports, and as a company scales, you believe like they are the ones who keep like recruiting. So do you have any like systems in place to help kind of like spread that energy and ensure that like cater to the recruiting process?
So I'm still personally having the final conversation with every single person and like depending on like where they fall. So if it's like someone in customer support, right? Like I'll have every single person talk to them first and then I'll go in as like a last interview, just like as a sanity check. They still want like every single person in the company to be like smart and driven, regardless of like what role they're doing. Um, And I think that like if it's like an executive level, like I'm hiring like a CRO or like a COO, I'm going to be the one doing the interviewing first, and like I'm going to be the first conversation. So like I know that like a good impression is being left, and like they want to work for the company versus like if they talk to someone else, I don't necessarily trust they're giving like the same excitement that I'm giving.
Yeah, no, that's really nice to hear. So we had another question come in. Somebody's asking, how necessary would you say your experience in industry/corporate was towards your success in leading your own ventures?
I definitely think it was like a big driver. So after I worked at Snap, pretty much every single person wanted to invest in me. Just because they're like, oh my God, like you're at Snap, you're reporting directly to Evan, you're like the youngest person on the team, blah, blah, blah. Like it gave me street cred immediately. I actually became friends with a bunch of VCs because like all these VCs slid into my DMs and they're just like, hey, we should be friends because like they were all trying to get the T on Snap, right? So I thought that was like kind of interesting. And then like I met a lot of smart people like while like working at all these places as well. And like those people are on like, like I want to hire list, which has been nice. But yeah, and they're just great for reference checking too. Like if like, for example, like with all the Snap designers I'm interviewing right now, I just like ping their portfolio to my old Snap design friends. And I'm like, what did you think about them? And they'll give me like very, very blunt feedback. So yeah, I would say like the mix of street cred, like it sucks, but like street cred does matter for investors. Like they want to know that like you went to Carnegie Mellon and like you worked at like a Stripe before they invest in you.
Yeah, that's fair. And so similar to how you said like Snap was a very pivotal moment for you to like go on to pursuing venture, what were some other parts of your career that you think helped lead you to where you are now?
Um, I think it was definitely the Teal Fellowship and then it was Snap. The Teal Fellowship I think gave you instant street cred as well, but also it wasn't like as well respected back then. I think that advantage it gave was just like you're a young person that like dropped out and everyone just like, assumes you're smart, right? So people are willing to spend more time on you and mentor you, give you access to their network. It's kind of like I always tell like high school students, like if you just cold email VCs, like they will respond and have a call with you because people love seeing like young, ambitious, smart people. And it's just like almost more like endearing when they're younger. So by like dropping out at a younger age, I think I got like a few years of a head start, but also I was like more as like people thought of me higher. Like just even one example is like I had like job offers and new grads were capped at like a certain salary and equity versus like because I was like not technically a new grad, they're able to be extremely flexible and give you like millions of dollars in equity, which like would not have happened if I were a new grad, which is like so silly and stupid, but like a lot of larger companies have like systems in place.
That's interesting. And then I'd love for if you could share a bit more about the Teal Fellowship for people who might not know. I know the recent 2024 cohort also just got announced, so it's definitely been in the news for a while.
Yeah, I mean, a field fellowship is just like $100,000 over 2 years. And the way I would think about it is like it's free money. And I always tell people that like do get it or like are thinking about it, don't let it get to your head. Because I think like what had happened with a lot of teal fellows is like, they got it in their head. They're like, oh, we've made it already, right? And then they didn't work for a little bit. And then eventually they started working again. Like everyone's super successful now. But there's definitely was a period of wasted time, I think, for like a lot of people because like you get so excited like you feel like you made it. It's like okay cool, like you getting a teal fellowship doesn't mean you've made it, similar to like if you get Forbes 3 under 30, like you still have to like continue building like you didn't make it. But I think it's like easier for young people to just like get so excited about like an award and then get it in their heads, and like I'm like definitely saying that happened to me as well, where I was like oh my god, like I got like the teal fellowship. Yay, I'm like this and that. And then I was like, okay, like I'm nothing. I need to like continue working.
Yeah, and I believe you were almost one semester like away from graduating, right? When you got the Teal Fellowship. Since you were this close to like graduating, what made you decide to take that risk and just drop out?
I didn't think it was a risk. I already had job offers lined up. and I could always go back. I think a lot of people think that like dropping out or whatever is a risk, but like realistically, like if you like a lot of freshmen from Carnegie Mellon, like they'll get full-time job offers. Like I had so many friends get like pretty well-paying job offers after their internships freshman year. Like it is like, you know, the best CS school. So like I think you're chilling. Like there's no risk and like you can always go back.
For sure. And then I have another question. So if we were to run out, do you envision a future with AI plus cryptocurrency working together?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. Sorry. And then, okay, who were the top key hires you have hired in the past and who have been pivotal to the company's success?
Yeah, I definitely think key hires I've hired, obviously my chief of staff, he like studied CS and bioengineering at MIT, super smart guy. Like he's kind of my like Swiss Army knife, like does everything from creating like SQL dashboards to recruiting creators. I would say like my CTO, he was an MIT dropout. Like he was a medalist for the IOI. Very, very smart guy. But like what I love about him also is he's like very product oriented. Or like he's almost a UX designer in that sense, but also thinks like, okay, like this is like what creators like probably want, which is really interesting. Like he just has really good intuition because he hasn't interacted with any of our creators at all. So it is very interesting how he's like so intuitive on product where I'm like, you're right, like because I know creators and you are right, but like you haven't talked to a single one of them. And then another like friend from Carnegie Mellon, he's, you know, he was an early firm engineer. He's like probably our most senior engineer, 5 years at a firm, as a staff engineer, like early days. Just like really, really smart guy as well. Yeah, I would say like those are probably like the top 3 hires.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. And then I know a lot of SF founders, they have a personal board of mentors that they go to when shit hits the fan. So who are the board of like mentors or people that you have?
Yeah, I mean, I would say when I was younger, like Josh Hellman from Greylock, I don't know where he's at right now. Oh, he's at Apple. He was definitely like my mentor. Like I'd asked him like every single like career step that I've made, like should I do this, should I not? Even with like the fundraise, like this fundraise, I was like talking to him about it. So I've like definitely used him as a resource since like my Snap days. And then I don't know, like I think that there's just like other founders that I talk to constantly and like investors.
Fair. And then just for like the undergrads in this room or people who are trying to seek these mentorships, what would be your best piece of advice to help like seek out these relationships and know who's like the right mentor for you?
Yeah, honestly, cold emailing does work pretty well. They like everyone wants to talk to like someone smart and ambitious, right? So if you're like, hey, like I go to Carnegie Mellon, I'm a CS student, here are all the projects I worked on. I built a side project that got like 5 million users, like literally just like stack it up, but like make it short because no one wants to read a long email. People will respond and they'll like hop on a call with you. And at the end of the call, you can just like grab your contact info and like just nonstop. Like it doesn't have to be like a will you be my mentor situation. Like you literally just grab their contact info and just start texting them all the time. And they kind of just like fall into that mentor role.
Yeah, and I guess now that you're in this position where people also look up to you, do you have any like mentees or experiences that you feel like you've been able to provide?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely just like have, I suppose, younger founders slash students. They'll reach out to me. I'll always hop on a call with them. Some of them decide to stay in contact and like talk to me all the time. Others don't. But yeah, like and this is why I know cold emails work because if someone reaches out to me and they like give me bullet points, they're like, okay, cool, like this is like what I am. And I'm like, okay, like you sound really smart and I like definitely want to mentor you. And even that, since a lot of them are like founders I've invested in, right? Where I'm like, okay, like you're clearly smart and young, ambitious. Like I want to like put in money. And even if I don't like return that money this time around, I'm sure you're going to pivot into like something that is going to be successful.
Yeah, no, that's nice to hear that like you're still providing this. And so if someone in the audience, for example, wanted to reach out and work closely with you at Passes, what traits are you looking for in them and how much does their experience matter in this kind of decision?
Yeah, I'm definitely looking for drive. I think like professional experience doesn't matter, but I want to know that like you're working on side projects, you like shipped it. So you're not just doing like hackathon projects, but you've brought something to like scale essentially. And that shows me that like, okay, like you can build product, you're like very ambitious and like you're working on all these things, like contributing to open source, for example. Because I don't really want someone that just like follows a like routine, I suppose, where, you know, like they're going to school and like that's all they do. So yeah, like I think one thing like I ask for from like every candidate during my interviews are like, what side projects do you work on? Because if you're not working on a side project, I'm gonna assume that like you very much still like follow a certain like formula that like you're like you just do what you're told, right? And like that's not really the culture that like I'm looking for.
Yeah, and so like in these side projects that people are building, how about like what are the exact metrics that you're looking in that defines like a really good builder or someone with a high drive?
I mean, I think they actually like shipped the project. It could be a flop, but like they shipped it, right? Where it's launchable, people are like maybe even like just a few users are using it. I think like what's more impressive is when like side projects actually do go like they go well and like the person actually makes money from it, and like there's a like significant amount of users.
Oh, there's been another question about regarding like the board of mentors. So someone's asked that there's been a lot of talk on OpenAI's board and their board of construction. What is the construction of Passiv's board?
Just me and my Series A investor right now. I'll probably bring in an independent, but yeah, it's just us two.
Yes. And then if you would you ever go back into investing again? And if you were an investor today, what fields would you like to invest in and be the most excited about?
Yeah, I would say I would go into investing again. Generally, like I'd say, like my fintech investments have done by far the best. And I think that that's because fintech is like the largest market. With AI, I would be like very careful because a lot of them are just wrappers around like OpenAI. And like they're very inflated valuations at the moment. So like you're really not going to get like as much of a return on them. So I think I'm personally like controversial, but like less excited. I would still do it, obviously. Like if I find something like very, very cool and interesting, I'd want to do it. Like I'm very sad I didn't get to invest in Harvey, which is like the legal AI, because like someone's gonna win in that. And it's just like such an obvious use case. But I tend to go for investments I think are just gonna be like absolute moonshots. Um, and even though I'm working consumer, I will say that like I don't typically invest in consumer because I just like it's harder. Like you're most likely going to lose money in consumer.
That's true. Yeah. Oh, that's really interesting that like you won't invest in consumer building loans. So I guess when you are seeking out investments, like what are the things you're telling them to help convince that this will like scale and be a success?
I mean, I go really early when I'm investing. So I just typically invest in like the smartest builders that I know. So like I have built like projects very quickly before. So I'll like I need a demo. Like I need to see that they actually did start on something. Then I like typically ask like how long did it take you to build this? And then I'll play around with it. And if it's something that like I think I could have built faster, then I'm not going to invest. And then if I like they pass my like, okay, you're really smart bar, then I just look to see whether they like have persistence. Because I think that like if you invest in engineers, they have like unlimited runway because you could always like live on couches and like eat ramen all day long and like have very low expenses, and you'll eventually pivot into something that works.
Yeah. I believe you wrote about this whole like ramen thing when there's an article that you talked about with Age of Zero, this like ramen effect. Could you go into more depth about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's
With
literally
builders?
just like engineers have zero expenses, right? Like when I was like in the teal fellowship, I was literally just couch surfing. So I didn't have to pay rent. And I was just literally expensing food off of like VC funded companies. Like, you know, I would refer myself several times, or like I would post my referral link on like different coupon websites to get like free dollars. But like also Soylent and ramen is pretty cheap. So I think because of like the ramen effect of that, you like it could take like 10 years to pivot into something that works, but like if you don't stop, like I think that smart people that can build will eventually pivot into something that works. Like I think honey was like several pivots, and then my other friend who is a teal fellow with me, like he spent like 10 years pivoting and he finally is building something that's like very popular and working. So like I've seen like too many data points, and like it just like they will find something that works.
Yeah, that's fair. And I guess for students that are kind of at CMU or any collegiate, like in college level, it's definitely hard to make this like decision of just dropping out or just like completely not focusing on classes. So if someone could kind of do it right in college, what would you suggest for them to kind of balance their coursework and start like developing the skill as like a hustler and builder?
Yeah, I mean, I would say go to hackathons and meet people outside of just CMU network as well. And you're gonna meet hustlers there because like it takes kind of a crazy person to be like, I'm going to go like to a coding competition for 48 hours and just build and not sleep. So you'll meet like I think that like hackathons are where like a lot of the founders, like I've met a lot of like cool founders there. And then I would like, I think there's always time to build on the side, like skip the frat party and just like work on a side project.
Yeah, and so when you're hiring people from like CMU and MIT, I think it was something about the college or like these hackathon experiences that you think really made them stand out, or something that you think like other colleges should be practicing to help build this kind of culture?
Yeah, I mean, I think that CMU and MIT and like Caltech and a few others, they have like they focus on a lot of like deep technical, it's like the engineers from there tend to be like more deeply technical. I would actually say the best engineers come from Waterloo though, and this is because they've just structured the program right, where like the students are getting like real world experience early on with their like forced internships or whatever it's called, but like they just come out stronger versus like the problem with a lot of like MIT CMU students is if they didn't go to hackathons, they didn't work on side projects, like they don't know how to build, which is like not a good situation. But like if you take someone from these schools that has built before, they're typically like the code comes out cleaner, it scales better. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. Waterloo is becoming quite a notable college of like postgrads that come out. I know like Extropic and a lot of like the AI companies within SFs are quite clear like on Twitter and any of these threads, so they only want Waterloo interns. Well, we have one last question and then I will respect your time and let you go. Somebody asked, if you were a judge on CMU VC, what would be some of the traits that you're looking on for these competing teams?
Yeah, I would look to see whether design was done well, and then the product, like, is the market size large enough, right? And I think a lot of people, like, when they talk about market size, they'll like take, okay, cool, like the creator economy is like whatever $1 trillion. They don't work backwards, and like you should always work backwards. There's like, here's how many customers you like that exist in like your market, and this is the percentage that like you need to capture at like $10 a month to get to 100 million a year. And then that will show me like, okay, cool, like, is this possible? Like, do you need to capture just 0.05% of the market, or do you have to capture like 100% of the market? And obviously, like if it's 100%, like then the market size is too small. So I would say like I would look at that, and then just like overall like technical difficulty of the project. I guess like for a VC competition that doesn't really matter because like you'd have something that's like not very like deeply technical, but like if it's not like deep tech, then how defensible is it, right? Like, do you have network effects and that's what makes it defensible? Or can like someone come in and just like copy it? Which is actually a problem with a lot of these like AI companies right now, where because they're like just built off of open AI, there's no defensibility.
Yeah, no, thank you. And hopefully this is really good advice for our teams for the latter half of today. Well, that is the end of the speaker session. I just wanted to say thank you so much, Lucy. She came last year and this is becoming almost like a really nice tradition. Yeah, we're excited to kind of see where passes goes next year and stay in contact. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you guys so much for listening into the speaker session. We have opened up the Deloitte room for lunch now. So for the next hour, we'll be doing just like an open networking. So please feel free to grab lunch and then come to the Short Center and meet the judges and network.
Mic check.
give them a quick shout out before we do that. But with that in mind, we can go ahead and get started with our next team. The next team to present is Adjustables Children's Clothing, and their company creates clothing that expands to a child's new body growth while keeping it affordable, stylish, and long-lasting.
All right. So hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out today. My name is Dominique, and I'm excited to introduce to you guys my idea of adjustable children's clothing, which is clothing for every stage of play. So when I was younger, I was considered very tall for my age, even now. So my parents always struggled when it came to buying me clothing. A lot of the times the clothes that they bought me just didn't fit right, particularly because my arms and my legs were just too long for it. So because of that, I had to compromise for size and always wear items that were just too big for me. I want you guys to imagine if you've ever encountered a similar situation, particularly as a child, where you've had to compromise for size. And you know what? I know at least one person in this room has, because kids come in all shapes and sizes, plus they grow really fast. In fact, the average child grows by 30 inches in height from the ages of 0 to 14. Because of that, parents have to constantly replenish their child's closet due to new growth, and they end up spending about $1,000 each year doing so. I've actually performed customer discovery, and in my interviews, all of them agree that a continuous need for new clothing was a huge financial burden. Also, currently, there are about 2 billion children across the globe, so this issue affects almost every family. So the total addressable market was 2 billion for potential customers, and I plan to obtain less than 1% of that at 100K by particularly focusing on America within my first few years of business. So in order to solve all these issues, I propose adjustable children's clothing. My design entails the ability to adjust the waist size, length of sleeves, as well as the bottoms of pants, so that way when your child has a growth spurt, the clothes grow with them. So you're probably wondering how this design actually works. So I created a prototype of boys' adjustable jeans, where a child who's between the ages of 4 and 5, also known as a size 6, can keep the same pair of pants until they are 10 to 11 years old, which is a size 14. That means that this single pair of pants lasts for at least 5 years. Also, the cost to produce this item is pretty low at just $10. So first, the adjustability works within the waist, where a child will tighten the elastic to the correct waist size and then secure the Velcro onto the pants so that it stays in place. Second, the adjustability works within the bottoms of the pants or the sleeve. So a parent would turn the clothing inside out and then locate the correct size their child is currently at. And they would take that bottom piece of Velcro and move it up to the correct Velcro size, like done in the second picture. And then once they turn it out into the right side of the fabric, you would have an adjusted length. So there are multiple benefits to this design, including it being very sustainable. I didn't use any additional fabric to create this design, so it minimizes its environmental footprint. Also, sizing is much easier because it is based on the age range instead of numbers that are non-standardized across different stores. This also saves parents both time and money because they don't have to shop or spend as frequently, and their children can cherish their favorite clothing items for much, much longer. So my target user is boys and girls aged between the ages of 0 and 14, but my target customer is lower and middle class mothers. In my customer discovery, I've learned that parents nowadays are millennials and Gen Z, so I want to target that demographic. Also, I've learned that moms typically take the lead on shopping for their children, and those lower classes share the biggest pain of spending money. So while I'm not the only one in the children's apparel market, my competitors are very lacking. First off, they have false claims of adjustability by saying that items like drawstrings are adjustable, but they're only short-term solutions. Secondly, many of their designs are just plain and unattractive. As you can tell, they've been noticeably adjusted on the outside of the clothing items. And last but not least, these items are ranging from $35 to up and over $100 just for a single item of clothing, which if you ask me, is pretty expensive. I also compete with traditional children's clothing brands like Carter's and Target, but they're very limited in their offering of adjustable clothing. And you might be wondering why, and it's because they have no incentive to improve. If parents start spending less money and shopping less frequently, then those stores would be losing profit because parents wouldn't be spending as much time in their stores. So that is how I differentiate from all my competitors, is that my design is actually long-term because it allows for multiple year use, it's affordable, and it's stylish where it resembles traditional children's clothing. So my strategy to go to market is to first sell direct to consumer through Amazon. I want to get a proof of concept before I start my own online platform. And I'd be focusing on selling specifically boys' adjustable pants. In my customer discovery, I found out that over half of parents have already bought that item in the past. At the same time, of course, I'd be advertising through social media and digital ads on parent-related websites. So my financials, I project to have positive gross margins within the first few years of business, as indicated by this chart. And in order to establish funding, I'm using a combination of personal investment, business loans, and continuing to apply to competitions like this one. So while I'm still in the early stages of my business, I have had a few accomplishments in the past. Aside from my customer discovery and creating a prototype, I've also gained a little bit of funding from another competition at WashU, but I still face the obstacle of creating the perfect design. I want to make sure that my design is as child safe and effective as possible. So I'm going to be continuing my customer discovery by pulling together a group of parents and children to get feedback in order to revise my design until it is perfect, almost perfect. So for now, I am a solo founder, but I do have skill sets in entrepreneurship. Plus, I used to want to be a fashion designer, so I've taken multiple sewing classes in the past. But I do admit that I need additional help. So I have been using resources from my school in St. Louis and also from Chicago. And at the same time, I still have some gaps in knowledge I want to fulfill with the following rules. So now that you guys have heard of what a great idea adjustable children's clothing is and how efficient and sustainable it is, I hope that you guys will join me in transforming the future of children's fashion. Thank you. Here's a Norman?
So you mentioned that you're targeting boys. So when I was a boy, I would always fall and I would tear my pants. And my parents would try to fix them for a while and then they would give up. So even though you talked about kids from 0 to 14, is it realistic to think that the lifetime of these pants and other properties that would be 14 years, or if not, what would be the realistic lifetime? And then how do you justify,
Yeah, that's a good question. So for now, the prototype that I've created, it lasts about 5 years. And that's not that long, even compared to the clothing that adults wear now. Like you could keep it for 20 years. I do understand that a child, does run around and go to school and likes to play with other children, so they probably would mess it up. But I'm planning on using fabrics that are actually durable enough for that. And also, I don't know if you guys know, but boys' pants have knee pads located in them because they do like to play around. So I'm planning on incorporating that design into my prototype as well.
Done a good job. I have 3 brothers, so I know a little bit about clothing. You're focusing on denim jeans. Is that correct?
Yeah, for now.
One of the characteristics about denim, when you wash it, if you turn it up and wash it, there will be a stain. So if I kept your jeans from my toddler years to my teen years, I would have several different seams where it was washed. Have you done any wear testing, on the?
Yeah, that's a great point. I actually haven't yet. This is actually a pretty new business. I did come up with this idea only a month ago, but I am planning for that. That's why I want to continue my customer discovery so that I can figure out things like that and find solutions to them. For now, I was planning on selling black denim jeans, so I would assume that the seams wouldn't show as much, but if they do, then I do want to revise my design because of that. But that's a good point.
Research that a little bit. The other question I have, you mentioned 30 inches of height increase.
From the ages of 0 to 14, yeah.
So what about the width? Because, for fitting, if I'm a toddler, the pants can be very baggy on me. So what's the same dimensions in width?
Yeah, so I'm also adjusting for like the thickness that a child grows. So that's with the waist adjustability, where it has an elastic band, but that elastic band expands to about 10 inches. So that is why these pants last from a size 6 to a size 14. So you can see that the width of the size 6 pants is much smaller than the size 14. So I am accounting width into my design. Does that answer your question? Okay.
How is this different from our ceremonial? It's younger. I would buy jeans that actually have the adjustable waistband, and I might buy them a little bit long, so I would just cuff them, and I would uncuff them before I wash them. If you wash jeans, only they would get line. How is the product different from the top?
Yeah, so typically stores like Target or Old Navy or Gap or Carter's, like they will typically have adjustability just within the waist. And I don't know if you've had the same pair of pants, but they typically have the button and then you attach that button to the elastic. So just the button in itself is pretty hard for parents to move, and children too. Like children are just now learning how to dress themselves. So like having to remove that button in the pants is like an issue for the children, because then they would just go with it non-button. And then also the adjustability within the waist of those pants only ranges from like a few inches, versus mine is like at least 10-inch adjustability. So it's just a much wider range of how much you can adjust it, which is why one of my competitive advantages is that it's actually long-term.
What about the width of the pant itself? Because, you know, 6-year-olds more than a 10-year-old.
Yeah, that is also a good point. When you do like fold the remaining fabric into the pants, that does fit better around their legs because there is that fabric tucked in. So I would imagine that that would solve the issue, but I am still trying to figure that out. Yeah, I would have Velcro around the entire thing so it'd be secure. Okay.
Chest, because Velcro has a very uncomfortable feel. It's next to
Yeah, that's why the Velcro that I'm using, like when I test against my own skin, like it was very soft. And I would imagine it'd be the same for the child. But like all these are really valid points, and I hope to address them in the future. So thank you guys.
All right, thank you. Okay, our next team is Pananosis Laboratories. By using ML to understand the body's natural immune response, Pananosis Laboratories is developing a rapid, inexpensive blood test capable of detecting any disease. They have an initial focus on early detection for pancreatic cancer, as there are limited alternatives currently.
You hear me? All right. Hello, everyone. This is Pananosis Laboratories, and I want to start by asking you, what does this shape here remind you of? Maybe a virus, right? You might be able to imagine this is your favorite virus, whether it's COVID, the flu, or something else. But let's say it finds its way into your body now, where you get sick and feel miserable, and maybe it's no longer your favorite virus.
Well, what's happening during that process? Your body's immune system is producing these special proteins called antibodies, which bind to and destroy these viruses. But what's key about this binding process is that the shape has to match pretty much exactly. If I have a bump shape on the outside of my virus, so too do I need a bumped indent on these antibodies. If I have a different virus now that's pointed, so too do I need a pointed indent on my antibody in order to bind properly. So this binding shape is pretty interesting, and the therapeutics industry has picked up onto this. They've gone from diseases and created antibodies that better bind to these diseases so that they can inject them into patients and help them better fight off infections. But I thought about, what if you flip this method around? What if you go from the antibody back to the disease instead? If you take a blood sample which contains these antibodies and then look at their binding shapes, then you can figure out what diseases a person has based off of those shapes. And now when you add ML into the equation as well, that analysis becomes so much more powerful. So when I realized this, I knew that there would be implications in the diagnostic space. I just wasn't exactly sure where. So I reached out to my school's I-Core program for customer discovery. And in 3 months, talked to over 50 different pathologists, oncologists, doctors of many different specialties, asking them all, where is the greatest diagnostic need in medicine? And they pointed me to a disease called pancreatic cancer. Unfortunately, pancreatic cancer has no symptoms early on, and many patients, the vast majority, are detected late. So despite being only the 11th most common cancer in the United States, it is the 3rd deadliest. It's a pretty big jump. And the individual survival statistics aren't that much better either. If you are detected late, like most people are, your chance of surviving 5 years past your diagnosis is just 3%.
But here is the good news about pancreatic cancer, which is that if you're lucky enough to be detected early, your chance of surviving 5 years past your diagnosis is 44% in the red bar on the right. That's a 14 times increase just from simply detecting the disease early. And I believe that if you have a blood test analyzing these antibodies, which is widely accessible, that anyone can use, that's a great candidate for a solution to these early detection screening problems many cancers face. Now, so I've been talking about blood tests, and you might say, haven't other people tried similar things? And you would be right, but they are all looking at something called circulating tumor DNA. ctDNA for short. It's essentially just DNA from dead cancer cells floating around in your bloodstream. And that does seem like a pretty good signal until you realize that DNA is not designed to survive in the bloodstream. It denatures pretty quickly. And if you can detect a consistent stream of ctDNA, you may want to reconsider if you're really doing early detection at that point. Meanwhile, Pananosis is doing antibody analysis, and antibodies come from B cells, a type of white blood cell found all throughout the bloodstream. It'll have no problem surviving there. And by looking at the immune system instead, which is involved in pretty much every single disease response, we have access to a much larger pool of diseases that we could eventually tackle far beyond just cancer. And so maybe all this sounds great, but how are we actually going to sell this? And that's where we want to make this process as easy as possible for the patient. Starting with the hospital or clinic, all we're asking it to do is collect a regular old blood sample from the patient. That's it, and I hope that most medical professionals don't need any special training to do that. But we will receive the blood sample, we will sequence antibodies in that blood sample, we will analyze those sequences with machine learning, and then finally return those results back to the patient. And throughout that entire process, this end-to-end pipeline that we control from sample to result is also where we can make money, partly because the costs are just so low. On the computational side, you have virtually zero costs. And then for the sequencing, we're using something called nanopore, and multiplex runs get us down to as low as $12 per run in costs. So if we go ahead and sell this test for $100, $200 a piece, that's still a fraction of the other blood tests out there, but already a 10, 20 times profit margin from that alone. We want to start by offering this test as an option for high-risk patients at pancreatic cancer while we seek FDA approval and move out into the general population. And in order to do this, we have a lab that's ready to go, fully stocked. We just need some money to get us started. So we're asking for $500,000. We're going to spend $200,000 of it on blood samples from pancreatic cancer patients. We have quotes from biospecimen companies lined up ready to go. And this will enable us to be able to create a library of important, relevant antibodies for pancreatic cancer that we can continue searching for in new patients. We also want to hire a technician. We want to buy the relevant equipment for nanopore sequencing, and then invest some money into developing a regulatory roadmap. We have a quote from a consulting company to do so, and invest some money into marketing. Last thing is, who's working on this? Right now, it's just me, Joseph Yu. I'm a student at the Worcester Polytechnic Institute, and I'm a freshman, but I've been doing research all throughout high school. I started more on the machine learning side, while at the same time picking up internships in biology, such as one at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute in Boston. And it's from that I realized that biology and medicine is a great place to apply these concepts of data science and machine learning. That's sort of how Pananosis was born. Last thing I'll say is that I've been to quite a few of these pitch competitions. And after one of them, I clearly remember a gentleman approaching me and saying, 20 years ago today would have been my father's birthday. He died of pancreatic cancer. But 20 years from now, someone else can stand in this room free from pancreatic cancer because of what you're doing. I think that really motivates me. And it also captures the essence of why Pananosis exists. Not to scale as large as possible, not to make as much money as possible, not even for my own personal ambition. It's really to help people. I genuinely believe I have something that will save and transform lives. And if I can get this into the hands of patients, that is my goal. And I hope you'll be there to join me. So thank you so much. And I can take any questions.
Show me.
First of all, just a great presentation. Also, just for a lay person, thanks for explaining some of those complicated things. I guess the question I have for you though is in the future. So once you get this for this indication or whatever you call it, right? Is this something that you're now thinking, hey, we've already trained models to understand the process, now we move into whatever the next area is, or how you think?
Yeah, exactly. That's a great question. And so I think that This method is kind of disease agnostic. You can apply it to any disease. And as soon as we do it for one disease, we pretty much know how to do it for the other ones. And I can explain a little more in depth is that essentially we're gathering antibodies from different patients and then looking at finding a set of common ones that we can use as sort of like a reference dictionary almost for that disease, and then continue to see if other people have similar antibodies to that reference. And so that approach can be applied to pretty much any disease as long as you have a starting pool of patients. And that's where we can continue to build up. So I imagine that we start with pancreatic cancer because I believe it's a disease where early detection will really help, and there aren't many solutions now. But we can move into other cancers. I've explored lung cancer, breast cancer, cancers, even infectious diseases, autoimmune diseases, everything is on the table.
Is the data set for the model for
That's actually the hard part. Data, and again, in machine learning, that's where today we're at, is data is the hard part. And so that's why I sort of need to start up a lab in order to, especially for pancreatic cancer. What I will say is I do have some data that's supporting for it, but this is actually from UPMC. But it's only something like, 11 patients. It's not large enough of a data sample to really conclude anything. And
so my question sort of piggybacks. So you basically are building a platform technology.
correct.
So from an FDA pathway standpoint, do you have to reauthorize each indication you're going after, or each disease? You have to
Potentially, I think there is going to be an authentication process for each disease, but once you have the first one down, again, each one afterwards is just a 510(k) approval.
Could you outline the timeline to revenue and how many more raises would you expect to have? Sounds like you're going in small increments.
Yeah.
Looking by
Yeah. So sort of the goal that I've set for myself is if I can get this out as like a pilot into 5% of all the hospitals in the United States in the next 5 years, that'll be a good goal. And like I said on this slide, initially we want to offer this as an option because in this space, there's some special marketing you can do as like a wellness test. You're not necessarily providing a diagnostic. And this entire thing is not a final diagnostic. It's merely a recommendation for the provider to do further analysis on the patient. We're not making final diagnostic recommendations yet. But if we offer as an option, we can start selling it much sooner than getting the FDA approval, which will take.
You mentioned that there is antibodies that you theorize are available, like, but the point is like these antibodies are part of, large spectrum of genome that keeps like mutating across population. And there is free available data like UK Biobank or PTMI, for example, who have pancreatic cancer diagnostic elements. So like, how would you just train like this approach has been well validated before. What are you doing different? I still don't get it.
Yeah, that's a great question. So what am I doing different? I think it really comes down to the fact that you mentioned a lot of this data has a lot of noise. If we get a regular repertoire of all the antibodies from the person, it's very hard to sort through and figure out if they have a disease. But we have an algorithm that can do a special type of clustering. And that will.
What is the algorithm?
Unfortunately, it's still proprietary and I can't go into too many details, but it's sort of based off of an LLM trained on amino acid sequences for kind of applied to the biology space. And so if we're able to get numerical embeddings from that and then do a special type of clustering, then we can figure out what are the common antibodies and regions for pancreatic cancer. And then from there, we can see if new patients also align with those regions. That's sort of our techniques.
So you're conducting association studies using clustering.
If you describe it that way, yeah.
Did you create the algorithm or is it licensed?
We are creating the algorithm ourselves, and that's why we are not sure if we're going to file a patent on it yet. That's still something that we're discussing, but it's owned by us.
But before you get to the full diagnostic, you're doing a wellness screen, is that what I understand? And then that could detect the person might have possibly.
Yeah, so initially we believe we want the confidence to be able to detect at least 95% sensitivity specificity before we roll out into the market.
But my question would be, what would be the test for screening for early stage?
Just a blood test that's able to do all this.
All right, thank you.
Our next team is Fetal Therapy Technologies. The team has developed a novel port system optimized for fetal therapy surgeries to improve the safety of these life-saving procedures. Developed with the Johns Hopkins University Center for Fetal Therapy, their device can revolutionize the standard of care in this field.
Three and a half million babies are born every year in the US. But for many mothers, the journey to childbirth isn't always easy. In fact, 120,000 babies in the US are born with a birth defect each year. But what happens in the worst case scenarios? What happens when your baby develops a life-threatening birth defect inside the womb? Today, I'm here to tell you that we can actually change those life-threatening birth defects inside the womb. Fetal surgery is a groundbreaking way to operate on a baby while it's still inside the mother, allowing surgeons to go in and repair these life-threatening birth defects. But how do we do this? First, a surgeon has to access the uterine environment. To access the uterine environment, a surgeon needs to use an entry port system device, as shown here, that serves as a tunnel into the uterus, allowing surgeons to insert their instruments, perform the procedure, and repair the life-threatening birth defect, giving this baby a much happier and healthier quality of life. However, the current entry port systems used in fetal therapy procedure are plastic sheaths made for vascular surgery. This device is not meant or approved for use in the complex and delicate uterine environment. Using this blunt instrument in the delicate uterine environment is akin to a surgeon operating with bubble gum and band-aids. It just does not work. Working with these inadequate instruments causes a 40% rate of complications in fetal therapy procedures. These complications result in preterm birth because fetal surgeries are performed halfway through a pregnancy before a baby is fully developed. This means that 2,000 mothers and their babies are at risk of preterm birth when undergoing these life-saving procedures. So how do we fix such a massive problem? Making these surgeries safer means giving clinicians the right tools to perform them. Therefore, we've partnered directly with the Johns Hopkins Center for Fetal Therapy in developing a port system device that is optimized for the uterine environment, drastically increasing the safety of these life-saving procedures. Our port system allows for a smoother insertion into the uterine environment, minimizing damage to the uterus and integrating seamlessly into the current clinical workflow. The novelty of our device lies in its status as the first port system meant for use in the uterine environment. No other surgical devices are optimized for the uterus or work to prevent damage like ours does. Other innovations like patches or plugs meant to seal the uterine environment have not been adopted by clinicians because they failed to reduce complications. Our device allows for it to be optimized for the uterine environment, drastically improves procedural safety, and integrates seamlessly into the current clinical workflow. As Johns Hopkins undergraduates, we own 100% of our intellectual property and have already filed a provisional patent. As I've mentioned, we are developing a device that drastically increases the safety of fetal surgical procedures. Right now, there's only 5 main fetal surgeries performed because of the 40% complication rate. Therefore, by increasing the safety of fetal therapy procedures, we can increase and open the doors to new fetal surgeries that have never been done before because of the high-risk profile, doubling our total addressable market and the lives that we can save. In regards to our actual revenue, our port system device costs $100 to produce and will be sold at a price of $350, a price that is reimbursable by the hospital system. By targeting the 59 fetal therapy centers in the US with a 40% market capture rate, we estimate a $2 million revenue stream from just the fetal therapy port system alone. Now, at the end of the day, our goal is to be a microsurgical platform device company. We are making ourselves a market leader in this space by tackling the most pressing and urgent challenge first, which is that of innovation within the fetal therapy space. But once we tackle this, we can then innovate many other products and devices for microsurgical procedures. One such product that we've already developed is a fetal care training uterine model that we've made when testing our port system product. This uterine model can be sold to fetal therapy centers and medical schools in training clinicians on proper device insertion techniques for any fetal surgery. Also, because our device provides access into the uterine environment, it allows surgeons to use other instruments. Thus, we can then innovate these other instruments for the uterine environment, creating a fetal care suture, a fetal care shunt that turn our $2 million into $100 million. In addition, because our port system is a Class 3 device, it will be optimized and de-risked enough to operate in any surgical procedure. This unlocks huge follow-on markets for us in the fields of neurosurgery, microsurgery, and pediatric surgery. Our port system device can also save hospitals millions in expenditure. Because our port system device reduces the thousands of preterm birth complications in hospitals, we can save hospital systems $540 million in preterm birth-related expenditure. Now, I know you're all probably wondering how we plan to fund something like this. This is not the typical business that a venture capital firm invests. But right now is the perfect time to be a startup in this space because as of 5 days ago, President Biden has just announced $12 billion in new non-dilutive NIH funding for maternal health innovation, something which the fetal therapy technologies team has been doing for the past 2 years. Our end goal is to be a startup company within this space, but we recognize this is $1 million timeline. That's why throughout the course of our product development, testing, and FDA approval, we anticipate making regular discoveries and filing additional IP every year. Just this year, we filed our first provisional patent and are about to publish our first groundbreaking publication in the field. In 2025, we also anticipate beginning sales of the uterine model that I just mentioned, providing a revenue stream that can support the development of our port system product. In this way, by the end of our go-to-market strategy, we will have at least 2 products and 5 groundbreaking publications within the field of fetal therapy. In regards to our current traction, we've raised about $4,000 in non-dilutive funding for business development activities. We've completed the iPort Customer Discovery Program founded by the National Science Foundation. And as I mentioned, we have working prototypes, minimum viable product prototypes of both our fetal care port system and fetal care uterine model, which have both been tested by clinicians. We also are conducting very regular research in the field of fetal therapy. As I've mentioned, we've got a publication coming out really soon this semester and another one to follow in fall 2020. Our team is fortunate enough to be mentored by Dr. Ahmed Ashot, the director of the Johns Hopkins Center for Fetal Therapy, Dr. Elizabeth Holliston, the director of the VA department at Johns Hopkins, and Dr. Ethel Rubin, the CEO of Nearby Lifeside Advisory. Our team consists of 6 undergraduate biomedical engineers, and I'm personally incredibly tied to this venture because I was born at just 28 weeks of gestation, incredibly premature, spending the first 3 months of my life in the NICU. Now, my team and I are developing products meant to prevent other families from going through what my family and I had to go through. Please join us as we reimagine the future for fetal medicine. Thank you for staying on.
Thank you. Dawn?
Good job, great presentation. So, are you able to repair genetic defects using CRISPR or anything like that, or is it more traditional surgical?
For what we're tackling, it's more traditional surgical applications, but yes, in the future, CRISPR genetic repair is possible and is currently being done, but that's just not our focus. We're focusing on the main birth defects like spina bifida, twin transfusion syndrome, and I'm happy to go into more detail on this, but they're more surgical.
I have 2 questions. One is, how many surgeries are happening currently as of today?
Great question. In the US, 7,500 fetal surgeries, which is why, we would qualify as a humanitarian use device through the FDA pathway when we go to market.
Because you mentioned that is the number here, that is happening like even after there is hindrance to doing the surgery, right? Performing the surgery because of complications.
Yes, so total 7,500 surgeries, even after understanding which candidates are not right for surgery.
You mentioned some stakeholders being interviewed. Were all of them were surgeons?
Yeah, so we completed the iPort program. We interviewed over 30 stakeholders. Most of them were fetal therapy surgeons and directors of fetal therapy centers, but we also interviewed pediatric surgeons, genetic pathologists, gynecological pathologists, and nurses, and all work within the pediatric or fetal therapy field.
So what do you see as the biggest risk to this venture for next year?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. I think the biggest challenge for us is our FDA approval pathway. Obviously, for any device, any medical device, this is your biggest risk, is getting through the FDA. We think we've engineered a device that's really safe and foolproof and optimized for the uterus, but of course, we need to go through about 2 to 3 years of testing that product to ensure, its efficacy and ensure it goes through clinical trials. So the biggest cost for us and the biggest kind of risk would be this FDA pathway. But as I mentioned, we're a humanitarian use device. We have a much more expedited pathway to market because of the high need for our device. So, while it's still rigorous, we do have a leg up with our pathway and our strategy.
In addition to replacing the inadequate tools that are currently being used, would there be additional certainties that have to be done because of this?
Yes, exactly. So that, right now, in this slide, we only have 5 main fetal surgical procedures. But if we make that access, like the access in fetal surgery is the most crucial part of this procedure. If you have safe access, you can perform the surgery safely. So if we ensure safe access in all of these procedures, now we can jump to the next step. Now we can be performing, brain surgery inside the uterus. We can perform heart surgery inside the uterus. Right now, those things aren't done. It's just too risky because we still have this 40% risk when we just talk about access. But if we eliminate the risk with the access, we can open the floor to so many other procedures that, yes, of course, have their own risks, but now the risk is minimized because you can safely access the uterus and perform the procedure.
Norman?
Amazing concept advisors. Are any of them going to invest in the company?
That's a great question. We're not looking for investment just yet because we want to ensure that our product is really technically feasible and has efficacy, but I'm sure that in the future, at least one of them will be interested. One of our advisors, she's incredibly involved in maternal fetal health, and she's an angel investor herself. So there might be potential for that in the future. Yeah.
In terms of some of the things out there, like amnio, for example, where you're trying to figure out, they always say like the miscarriage risk is higher if you do something like that. Is the whole goal here that you could say, hey, we're going to decrease that by even more?
Exactly. Right now, there's a 40% risk of preterm birth. And it's in part due to the fact that they're using these inadequate devices that are not meant for the uterus. So if we make a device meant for the uterus, meant for, all of its properties that can really preserve the integrity of that environment, we can say, hey, we are taking this 40% risk down to 0. That's our end goal.
Are there any other questions? If not, thank you again. Our next team is SiteWiz. SiteWiz does AI-driven iterative optimization for e-commerce websites. Their tool generates actionable and data-driven text, design, and structural suggestions angled towards increasing conversion rates using proprietary explainable models and generative artificial intelligence.
Hello. Good. Hi, guys. Nice to see you. Good. Okay. So in November of last year, I was on a call with Jared Miller, who's the Director of E-commerce Analytics and Personalization at Kendra Scott. And he said something that really stuck with me, which was that we need insights, not data. And then over the next few weeks, I talked to about 50 e-commerce analysts, managers, and owners, and they corroborated the same sentiment, saying that they have to access to tools like Google Analytics and Hotjar, but these don't give them actionable suggestions on how to actually improve their website, just raw, ambiguous data points. The next thing I learned was it takes a couple of steps before iteration can even get to the developers. Often it's decentralized teams that are trying to work together. Communication is not always the best. And so iteration happens very slowly. And that's why me and my co-founders, who were unable to make it here today, decided to build SiteWiz, which is going to change the way that e-commerce analysts do their job. So here's our demo that got us our first 70 users and 2 paid customers. And you enter your website, we compile your results, and then we give you suggestions such as graphics, structural, or text that you can act on to improve your site. In fact, when Jared Miller saw this, he got so excited that he didn't only want to be our customer, he also wanted to become our advisor. So let's take a closer look at how this works. So we provide actionable changes, not data. Imagine you're a business owner or an e-commerce analyst and you're confused as to how to improve your site. So all you need to do is put your URL into our platform Within 60 seconds, we've scraped all of your text, graphics, metadata, or any existing integrations you have with tools like Google Analytics or Hotjar. And then we give you suggestions that you can act on immediately, such as include a customer testimonial section. We have two scenarios here. On the left is an e-commerce analyst, and the suggestions that they're giving has a very low approval rate because the data is hard to interpret, it's ambiguous. Versus on the right, we have SiteWiz, and the approval rate here is much higher. And not only do we give you suggestions, we also give you reasoning as to why the suggestions make sense. And then we'll point you back to your data that can provide evidence for the reasoning itself. So first, we convert your data, raw data, into clearly understandable insights. We do this by tracking user interaction information on your sites, and then we use that in a feedback loop with our models. What this means is every new customer we get, we are that much harder to replicate. Here's an example of getting an insight. On the left is a tool like Google Analytics, which is giving just raw numerics. But the insight that we've derived here is, and that we can show in a very understandable manner, is that 50% of traffic on Kendra Scott is trying to search for jewelry based on special occasions. So weddings or anniversaries or birthdays. Then we remove the guesswork for you. Our Gen AI turns these insights into actionable changes. And we're training these models by collecting data from a company that we're partnering up with, WebVisio. They're a live website feedback tool, and they have 10,000 users. They work with nobody except for us. They're our data moat. So here's an example of an actionable suggestion. And notice that this is derived from the insight that we learned earlier, which is to implement a shop by occasion, because 50% of jewelry purchases are for special occasions. And we'll also indicate the area where the change needs to occur. And lastly, these actionable changes are easily implementable onto your website. In real time, you can toggle the changes to see what they look like. So notice we went from necklace layerings to weddings, anniversary, birthday, etc. We'll automatically catalog your products as well. Any changes that need to be propagated in order for this to work correctly, we'll provide you access to the code that's responsible for this. And we'll also integrate into any code base you have for the least possible friction. So our pricing plan is catered towards small to medium-sized businesses. We're starting about 200 per month and our premium at 300, saving them about 2,500 per month compared to traditional CRO experts. And our strategy is to first target the small to medium-sized Shopify stores with a market about $200 million. And then we'll expand to any consumer-based e-commerce store that has a market about $12 billion. So there's a clear need for this. According to a VP at a top e-commerce store, they see this tool they can see this tool iterating faster and personalizing websites for their customers. But what we're really excited about, and get this, is that the director of product marketing at Session AI believes that this tool could take over entry-level analysts, which costs businesses tens of thousands of dollars in salary every year. So according to competitive analysis, we're the only tool that's providing actionable suggestions. Any other competitive or competition in the space, such as AI copywriters who are trying to provide actionable suggestions, only help you change the text on your website. And they're doing this by using tools like GPT-4, which is baffling because it wasn't even trained for optimization or the e-commerce space in the first place. So we're proud to share our progress with you so far. In November of last year, we launched our website, and then we won CMU Hack a Startup as well. Recently, we actually won McGinnis, where we raised about $10,000, competing as undergraduates in the graduate track, something that's unprecedented. We completed our dashboard in this year, in Feb, getting about 70 users. We formed our formal partnership with WebVisio, and we have recently acquired paid traction. So here's some of the brands we're trusted by, such as Skill Builder, WebVisio, and Kendra Scott. The founders, myself included, are experts at AI. We're studying AI, and Drake is studying product management and human-computer interaction. And we're lucky to be working with some of our advisors here. Jared Miller, who is an industry expert. He has 12 years plus experience in the e-commerce space, and so he's helping us understand the industry. And Adam Polsick, who is a serial entrepreneur, has experience in the optimization space, is helping us with the optimization product and business side of things. And
we're trying to raise 250K to acquire our next 5K customers. So thank you for your time. This is SiteWiz.
Thank you. Don?
Good job. Do you have any data from Kendra Scott on your efficacy? In other words, how much did you move the needle to them before they were using SiteWiz and app?
So with Kendra Scott, we work very closely with our advisor, Jared Miller. He hasn't given us concrete data points on exactly how much conversion has increased, but he's working to get us feedback with his analytics team. But for the most part, we're trying to stay away from enterprises and working too closely with them because we want to focus on building out our high value sort of features first before we have to sort of build out the other things that enterprises would want, such as, you know, seats or single sign-on features or things that are outside the scope of the product itself but are important for enterprises.
Key data points or key performance indicators you'll be focused on?
So we're mainly trying to measure conversion rate as a primary indicator, and also just general traffic as well. So having better usability on the site and things like that.
Norman?
So what unique is that data? Access that same data or similar data.
Yeah, so they're actually the only company in the live website feedback space. There are other competitors, but they don't quite do the same thing that WebVisio does. And they currently are the only sort of like company that holds access to data that serves as the raw material for us to build out our models. So currently it's very, very hard for any other competitor to actually come in and acquire any data that's similar to them.
But there is a ton of data out there. Probably come up with proxies for the same things that you do. That's reasonable assumption.
So one thing that's required to create this data is a lot of users and interacting with certain tools in a very specific way. So for instance, the data that we're looking at is what do you need to change about a site to make it better? So people are actually coming into WebVisio and specifying that. There are not a lot of users that want to do that in the first place. And this company is actually targeting those users. So it's like a crowd effort, and it's very hard to do unless it's for a very specific reason. Thank you.
Paratosh?
What is the base technology you have developed without WebVisio? Again, kind of coming up from Professor's question that you are sort of can be cross-applicable to asymmetric markets. Because the current market you're suggesting where it's just one-off use case. If I develop my website, I can quickly leave you like your product and go away. So like, what is that base technology you guys have developed that can actually scale and kind of sell it to us?
Yeah, so the base technology that we're working on is creating a multimodal model that can do a lot of this suggestion creation. We actually can't do it without WebVisio because we need something that's very catered towards the e-commerce space, which is why we formed the partnership and formalized it. And as for the second question, which is why would people like not leave our product in the first place and just go to an existing like other tool?
No, they will like, I'm saying I use your product and just leave it because I've already improved my website.
Right, yeah.
Why do I need it?
Exactly. So we actually have been asked the same question before, such high churn. And what we first observed, and this is a quote from Jared Miller, which is small and medium-sized e-commerce businesses are living and breathing ecosystems, and they're in a constant state of change and optimization. So I think there's a misnomer that optimization is this state of finality. But for e-commerce websites, that is not the case. They have to constantly iterate. And there are a few reasons for this. One is that because these are consumer-based e-commerce stores, they need to be constantly refreshing their feel, their look to stay relevant. Two is e-commerce businesses actually have guidelines on how often they have to change the look and feel and content of their sites to actually stay relevant for SEO rankings, which is important for staying visible on the internet itself and being distinct from their competitors.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Can you linger on the multimodal model? Like, do you really have it? Like, have you trained it? Like, or is this a future thing?
So we're currently fine-tuning the multimodal model. We're in the process of figuring out some of the privacy related issues with collecting data from WebVisio.
Which one? Like, just
So yeah, an open source one like Lava. And yeah.
All right, thank you. We're gonna stop right there.
Cool.
Yeah, thank you, SiteWiz. Our next team is Overture Games. Overture Games develops audio-responsive video games that leverage the core elements of game design to engage students even when practicing is boring. The in-game progression mechanics motivate students to practice and improve every day through visual positive reinforcement.
Hi, we're Overture Games, where Duolingo meets Guitar Hero. I've been a musician for more than 13 years. Growing up playing the clarinet, that was my favorite thing to do, and I even toured around the world. However, when I got to college, I lost all of that motivation to even pick up the instrument that's sitting across the room from me. I really burned out, so I quit playing music. I'm actually not alone. Over 90% of music students quit before they even finish high school. So we thought, why not make really fun interactive video games that makes practicing fun for all music students? This is our first game, Intervallic, where students control the character from playing different notes and dodging different obstacles. And by the end of the level, they play a full song without even knowing it. We implemented our own art, music, story, and game mechanics that not only makes the game fun for students to play, but also teaches essential skills such as sight reading, finger strength, and rhythm. And this game works for 17 different instruments because we built our own pitch detection system. Every time you play a note, it recognizes it. We also conducted over 823 interviews and play tests to really find our initial market and see who resonates with the game the most. And we realized K through 12 students with beginner levels really resonate with the game the most and is the most impactful. And this is our initial go-to-market to start with. Now, let me tell you one of my favorite stories. Meet Peter, one of our partner teachers in the Czech Republic, who really wishes his students go home and practice more beyond just showing up to lessons. After trying our game, 22 out of his 25 students show up to lessons every single week for 2 months. And that showed major improvement because they really practice at home. They also love the game so much, they made a nickname for it called the Kitty Cat. So as we partner with teachers, we realized they really want their own curriculum to be in the game. So we built our own AI-driven level generator, where in one click, you upload the music, and it turns into different levels for you. We then quickly adopted more than 500 users from 12 different countries playing Intervallic every single week. Thankfully to myself, we acquire all of those customers for completely free because I'm actually the most followed clarinetist in the world with more than 320,000 followers combined. However, we then quickly realized if we want to grow into a really big business, we have to break into that B2B space by closing high-ticket contracts with schools. So we leveraged that progress and formed pilot partnership with School of Rock, Montessori, and ATHS. And this approach really worked well for us because recently we closed a contract with Chicago Youth Centers where they're paying us 10K ARR today. On top of that, there are 33 additional programs under the CYT umbrella who are waiting to sign contract with us in the next 3 months, putting us on track to break over $300,000 in ARR in the next just few months. We have a big opportunity ahead of us. There's a $1.3 billion opportunity in the US for the K through 12 space alone, and it's growing at 17% every single year. While we already tapped into that global market, we're also excited for that $40 billion opportunity. So of course, big market, big competition. There are a few competitions in the space, but they only focus one instrument at a time, where we do 17. In addition, they also try to replace teachers by using this boring clinical sheet music that tries to teach students, where we augment teaching. But most importantly, none of them is a real fun video game that's actually engaging the play. Just look at the UI. Now let me tell you why we're meant to do this. While both my co-founder and I are professional level musicians, Aspen has been making games in the past 10 years, while I already built a company in the music education space that generated over $2 million for my clients. We're also both honored to be on the Chicago Under 25 list and Forbes 30 Under 30. One of our advisors is a top researchers in the digital signal processing space, focused on AI and pitch selection system, which will help us refine our tech down the road. But now let me tell you what we've done in the past 5 months since we launched it last October in 2023. We raised $140,000 in pre-seed from Techstars, Northwestern, DePaul, NYU, and ASCAP, which is the biggest music licensing organization in the world that will help us distribute copyrighted music into our game. On top of that, we also increased our engagement rate by 5 times, up to 26 minutes every time a student practices with our game. As a reminder, we currently have 10K ARR, and we're on track to break over 300K in ARR in the next 3 months. But now let me tell you how we're going to make this really big in the next 12 months roadmap. First, we're going to release a mobile and tablet very soon. This approach will drastically increase accessibility of our game and triple the amount of deals and users we can sign today. Next, we're also expanding beyond the K-12 demographic market by introducing additional curriculum that target students with learning disabilities such as ADHD. Beyond that, we're also expanding our demographic to working professionals like you guys who really want to learn music but don't have the time to commit to lessons every single week. Unfortunately, I can't disclose the names, but we're actually in conversation with a few instrument companies where we will increase their engagement for their users every time they purchase an instrument as well to increase our B2B side of the market to close more high-ticket contracts. And lastly, we'll offer curriculums to build and partner with lesson book companies where we take their curriculum into our game and partner with their teachers to teach with our game as well. Lastly, with your help today, we will accelerate our progress and deliver those promises even faster and prevent these 90% of music students from quitting and missing out on the lifelong opportunities and joy from playing instruments. So let's come together, put a big smile on their faces again, and change the future of music education. Thank you.
Thank you. Don?
Great presentation. Tell me more about what your game does. You showed a comparison of traditional sheet music versus your game. It looks similar with, so explain a little bit more what your game does and how that helps a musician.
Yeah, so I think the best way to show is from a demo that we can play. Yeah. So you guys can see, it was just quick 40 seconds. The students are getting better right away. Starting out from messing up a little bit here and there, doesn't know what to do, quickly adopts the skills such as rhythm, notes playing, finger strength in that just 40 seconds. So again, accelerated the progress that we need.
So if he hits the wrong note.
If he hits the wrong note, the cat unfortunately dies and restarts again and puts you in the room to practice again. It really repeats that repetition. Every time you fail practicing, you have to do it.
So the title of your presentation mentioned Duolingo. Duolingo is also unregistered, that's unregistered. There are a few other terms. Can you briefly explain what the main differences are?
Yeah, so Duolingo goes with the generalized music education approach. With people who don't have accessibility to even buy an instrument, we are, as you can see on the picture, partnered with people who already learn instruments and actually get better with the real instrument instead of just learning like theory, noting, etc.
You mentioned that you're seeking 500K, there's 140K from Techstars and other players. Can you explain like your use of funds? How did you get just to 10K ARR? Because the 35 customers, even with the highest $25 price, doesn't add up to 10K. So like fast use of funds, future use of funds, and burn.
Yeah, I think that's probably some of this model. We actually pivoted away from the B2C model where we used to charge $5 per user per month. And then, as I said, we quickly realized the true game of the business is in that B2B. And then we use that, progress we made in the B2C because we validated the product actually works. Right now, we only do B2B, closing high ticket contract with schools, lesson book companies.
What's one account like? What's the cost of one account like? Or what's the revenue from one account approximately?
From revenue from what?
One of your B2B account or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, so 10K ARR means every week we actually run curriculums for them. So we have a 70% margin where we hire instructors and go to teach. Right now it's me, I'm a co-founder who's doing the teaching, but I'm going to scale for the next 33 contracts down the road.
And what's the 500K user funds? Like what are you going to do with that?
Yeah, so development first, like I said, we're introducing mobile and tablet as our next launch, and then building additional curriculums for different demographics to capture these markets.
So one question would just be in terms of, so you're doing multi-instrument, but then you're also kind of thinking about like the different kind of users to target. I'm wondering if it makes sense, like if there's a specific type of user to narrow it first to kind of build up some density and then start to approach the markets before kind of spreading yourself too thin.
Yeah.
How do you think?
Yeah, so like I said, we have the 500 users initially to start with. These are actually all keyboard users because back then we didn't have the tech to support the pitch detection system where we just have the keyboards hook up with the laptop. And that was a very small market as we actually captured first as the initial go to market. And then now, since we have the tech ready, we're expanding to other instruments.
So you have an acoustic capture in the device to know the right chords being played, and how does that work on a guitar? Is it notes or is it chord?
So here's another video on me testing how to pitch that system. With my clarinet, so you can see it picks up everywhere.
It picks up the audio. What about in guitars and notes or there's chords?
It's hard, so it's non-harmonic, so chords and then the only part of the instruments that are clarinet. That's what we do.
Are there any other questions? If not, thank you again. Our last team pitching today is Serve AI. Serve AI enhances efficiency for lower market mortgage underwriting firms burdened by redundant tasks that comprise 75% of daily workflow. Combining AI and human input, they set a new industry standard, improving accuracy and cutting costs by 40%.
As a mortgage underwriter, my day starts with this beautiful loan origination software. Okay, maybe it's not that beautiful, but today I'll be processing one loan. I'll begin by working with dozens of my clients' files, hand sorting each of them. And for my bank statements in particular, oftentimes scanned with this really bad quality, first figure out what the values actually are, extract them, consolidate them into several different spreadsheets, figure by figure, line by line, compare them with these different criteria that we have, generate some sort of calculations, and with these, contracts we have, make sure the contracts show up on the documents and the figures line up and nothing is fraudulent. Okay, that was a lot. But what I just showed you is less than 10% of the standard underwriting process for just one loan, which I'll have to be doing for over 80% of my day. My name is Alex.
My name is Andrew.
And with Surify, we want to tackle this problem. Over the past year, we spent months working hand in hand with lower middle market firms and these direct underwriters to identify this as a huge bottleneck that these firms struggle with. In fact, if there existed a solution that could, for example, 3x the loans processed per underwriter, we'd see a reduction in operating costs of on average 40% and a monthly willingness to pay of over $16,000 per month. All these owners we talked to have mentioned they've been looking for some sort of solution, but haven't found anything yet. Why? Existing solutions are technically expensive and really financially difficult to implement. This is because when you're working with confidential information, you have to make sure the AI doesn't do things wrong. And then this means that you have to make sure you're dealing with security and these regulated documents correctly. This means these firms do what they trust best, manual labor. And this creates a niche for the market. They want an automated tool that they know can be used, they know can be accurate, something that's technically accessible.
Surify fills this niche for a three-pronged business model. First, we draw customers in with their standalone services, upgrade them to our full workload SaaS, and offer a tier dedicated towards customization and support. I'll go through all of these in detail. First, we offer individual features as standalone services, which are regulation compliant, easy to use, and affordable. But you know what's not affordable? Making mistakes. Every mistake in the mortgage underwriting process costs lenders upwards of $1,000 on average. With our core software, LenderFlow, we will never let a fraudulent document through and perform 46% better than state-of-the-art models today. This means that our product is #1 on market in minimizing our mistakes and making our workflow more efficient.
let's see how this works in a quick demo, and I want you to compare this with what Alex showed you at the start. So first, we have this messy, cluttered group of files, and we're just selecting them and dragging them into our app, and suddenly it's all been sorted into categories. You can click and you see we've selected all the relevant documents. With a single click, again, here, we can analyze these documents for signs of possible fraud, and I could really just do this in my sleep if I wanted to. Next, we're extracting some figures from these documents, and again, at the click of the button, we can just verify that these values are correct. Finally, we've reached a conclusion, and this whole process has been made up to 6 times faster for these mortgage underwriters. Building on this is our premium tier offering, Lender Boost, which offers complete customization over everything you just saw. So how does this really tackle our niche of technical accessibility and fix the problems that Alex brought up earlier? To start off, our styling services operate on encrypted data, meaning that our clients have to jump through fewer loops in order to comply with privacy regulations. Furthermore, we integrate the software into existing loan origination software, such as Byte, meaning that transitioning to us is a much more seamless process. In our SaaS, we emphasize AI decision support. From our chatbot that gives you insights into our process to our user interface designed for users to verify our work and trust our work instead of just blindly trusting our work. And finally, offering complete customization over every part of the workflow means that users can use a product they want to use rather than something they don't understand.
Thanks, Andrew. So how do we actually position ourselves within the current market? Existing solutions are really automated, and they offer these AI tools, but oftentimes they're only backend solutions and API focused, which means they often require entire IT teams to implement. So from our market research, most of the clients that we've talked to in these lower middle market firms stray away from these solutions. They're in this bottom right quadrant, which is easy to use, like for example, Adobe, but is really manual. So Assurify is this untapped niche. We focus on medium to high automation. AI works in conjunction with our human input, but additionally, a very easy to use, highly technically accessible product that anyone can access. Our total addressable market is huge within the mortgage services industry in the United States. But right now, we think we can access a really simple market between Pennsylvania and California worth almost $400 million today. So why is now the perfect time to invest? Currently, when interest rates are high, we've seen a broad mortgage industry slowdown. This means historically, over the past 50 years, these mortgage underwriters spend a lot of time thinking about ways to reduce their operating bloat and increase their efficiency. With rising underwriter wages throughout the past few years, these firms, especially during these downturns, have very high fixed costs that they want to reduce because these things cut into their bottom line. Additionally, mortgage firms have more recently been increasingly willingness to check out technology. What is there to offer? But at the same time, they're skeptical about the effectiveness and the trust in artificial intelligence. Hence, Assurify is perfectly positioned. During these slowdowns, these firms want to make sure and convert these fixed costs into variable costs with artificial intelligence, reducing their operating bloat. At the same time, these firms want to ramp up for the future. So during these downtimes, they're very excited to consider new opportunities to increase their efficiency once the mortgage cycle increases. And most importantly, our technical accessibility niche makes it so that these firms can trust our solution. What does the timeline look like going forward? Well, within a year, we want to finish implementing for our 5 core alpha clients, roll out our core software offering, LenderFlow. Within 3 years, we want to finish our next 2 prongs of our business model, our standalone services and our premium offering, Lender Boost. At this point, we think we can market aggressively, reaching 500 clients at this point. In the future, we think the possibilities are limitless. We can enter the broader loan origination software mortgage market, which pretty much tackles the entire workflow. Additionally, we think we can enter other industries plagued by manual redundancies, such as finance, insurance, investment banking, auditing, etc.
My name is Andrew. I'll be focusing on the product and development side of things, and I'm studying honors math and computer science.
My name is Alex. I focus on the business side. I study business, statistics, and machine learning at Carnegie Mellon. Andrew and I met 5 years ago in a special cohort of students, in Vancouver. We skipped 3 years of high school, and the rest of our team, we've known each other for over 3 years, and we've worked hand in hand within the financial services industry, and we understand exactly how these lower middle market firms feel in terms of automating their processes. Hence, we think we're the best team to deliver the solution for you guys, and we're excited for the unlimited possibility.
Thank you. Norman?
Very nice presentation. So I was trying to understand, what is really the core strength here. think you sort of said two things. One is that there are all these different documents, right, that we're going to deal with in format and so on. And then the other one is that you use machine learning to be automatically identify fraud. Which one of those do you view as the
Yeah, I can start by talking about the general process and energy-driven library on the technical side. So our core strength is that the workflow within the mortgage industry is you're getting these loans. In the middle, you're doing this processing of these loans and you're underwriting. So we want to capture this secondary workflow where you're pulling out these loans out and you're just processing everything. So we think a core part of this is our fraud detection, but most importantly, it's the efficiency throughout the entire workflow. So we're taking these documents, we're automatically sorting them, we're making them out, and we make it very easy for our fraud detection. And then that comes in to generate our calculations really easy and flag things down. So it's easy for these firms to make sort of broad decisions.
But is there something technically really unique in the way that you're doing that, or is it inside that, you're automating stuff?
Sure. When you talk about, I guess, technical side, so my view on this product is that even if we weren't using any state-of-the-art machine learning models at all, we would still make the process around 1.5 to 2 times more efficient. But we add on our technical differentiator, which would be, I guess, our performance in the slide before, I guess, our SaaS, which I talked about the 46% increase in performance with the current state-of-the-art models, as well as our ability to focus our technical infrastructure on our target market. Whereas existing competitors are more focusing on larger markets and thus designed their algorithms.
You go back to your slide that shows the regulatory compliance, basically the process. So help me understand how the AI application is after regulatory compliance. Is there any check on AI decisions after AI?
Sure, I can explain this. So I guess what I was trying to go for with this slide is more so, this is our customer flow. So this is how we, I guess, acquire customers through, I guess, are easy to get into sell-on services. And then these are driven towards our SaaS with our focus on AI decision discipline. And they're then driven into our premium tier with our custom workflows. So I guess this represents less of like flow and more of like our customer flow.
Thank you.
From like the OCR use case, if we were just getting all the documents in and stuff, I guess one, is the way that you automatically flagging sources that you kind of check and do that verification that humans like include to kind of check it out. So I guess how much is that saving time? I imagine it must be pretty big, but what kind of is that the initial product that you just roll out to help you with the OCR documents?
Yeah, to start, I guess the main of the time we're saving is on two separate parts. So I would say it's the fraud detection and the extraction, as you mentioned. So the fraud detection, we're aiming for letting no fraudulent documents get passed, but this means we increase the amount of, I guess, false positives that come. So you still have to go through some amount of warnings, but we drastically decrease the workload required up to say 500 times. When it comes to the OCR part, we're just extracting specific data in the format you want it. And basically, if you click the button right there, it's looks like a document, you can automatically find the PDF. It will show it in the PDF viewer. And beside each of these, we have a green or yellow indicator, which indicates our confidence. So you can double check when we think we maybe made a mistake.
Do you have any IP strategy?
Yeah, like the homomorphic encryption. Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of IP encryption, right now we don't have anything specific, but we do have some tools that we're doing within our end-to-end services. So for example, we focus on homomorphic encryption completely end-to-end to ensure that everything is fully safe within these products. And additionally, within our ML model, we're going to be using what was Eric focusing on?
Just say we're just doing so we're adjusting current models are mainly for the general use case, for big companies for big volume, and they have different technical requirements than what would see in smart companies. I'm not completely sure if this qualifies as significant enough change to like qualify for like IP protection, but that would be our technical differentiator. We can definitely look into.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, we're gonna have to stop there, but yeah, thank you again. And that concludes our final pitch for today. We'll take another 5-minute break before hearing from Blake Scholl. So everyone can go and use the restroom or take a water break. Additionally, there's refreshments in the classroom over there where we were serving food earlier, if anyone's interested.
That's a very narrow.
Wait, am I supposed to log in to the Zoom here? Am I supposed to log into the Zoom here?
I think they're using another laptop.
Oh,
Yeah, we're not using my laptop.
Oh,
So I
okay.
have to edit this.
So they're going to the Zoom there on that laptop.
Oh, so I don't have, how do I see
Wait,
him?
doesn't she still need a laptop?
I still need a
Yeah,
laptop.
they were gonna use UEL's laptop, I believe.
Okay, do we want to bring it here because
Yeah,
starting in
yeah.
5 minutes?
This PDF, we could not find it. Is it the VC demo day?
Wait, let's switch it. Where's
Okay.
EO?
Wait,
Yeah, over
you
there.
was able to get.
Ask, Eli knows where it is.
Oh, no, it's not a Mac. Okay,
Yeah, I was worried.
it's not a Mac.
Wait, what's the problem with it being not a Mac?
Oh, I've never not used a Mac.
Are you good?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is HDMI.
Oh, shit. Do you have an HDMI port?
Yeah,
Oh, that's right.
I just have like directly.
Okay, yeah, that should be fine.
Can we? Yeah, let's switch now.
Switch to the virtual slide.
The other side, the distance is the laptop.
They have USB-C too.
Okay,
How did it work before?
I think like everything is plugged in.
Let's do everything. Wait, no, this one just comes from.
And then I found them, you know, depending on what I have on the calendar, who's calling me, who's like, needs to be looked at right away. But if you're doing the litigation, a lot of that is done in the office. So, you know, you're gonna be doing depositions 3 hours. And then, you know, you're gonna be doing some kind of review after that. So you're gonna be writing, you're gonna be doing everything. That, I think it's easier, more easily. But,
Because it's pre-determined.
yeah, and you, it's not, those tasks. mean, I don't do litigation, but I've done some in the past. So if you're working on a project, that's all you're working on. You're not gonna be. Stuff. You've gotta maintain that flow.
What about the event?
The battery?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sucking for CO2 reduction, so that appealed to me. It was very different from anything else I've seen.
You ask questions to everything, so.
Thank you.
My knowledge. Is.
My co-host? I'm not. Can you go ask Rom to make me a co-host?
Rom? Where's Rom?
Over there.
Do you mean like make me co-host? Could you make me co-host?
That's what we were thinking about. How are we gonna fly back with it? But
Wait, we are. We are here. Okay, perfect. Then you just like put this in full screen and probably like.
Numbers match and Google like how much of the battery can be like, sorry, how much of the energy kilowatts per hour can be stored in like a elastic,
How do I hear
by you mentioned. And like.
He'll be through the audio, I think.
No,
Whatever
the
the
audio
batteries
didn't
they
work.
show.
Only Lucy was through the laptop.
It was through the laptop.
Yeah.
You can still hear her? Yeah. In which case, I don't know.
Is this supposed to be? We can hide this, right?
Hold
So. The math doesn't work. I think
This
they
is
need to
good.
focus there on the technology map on the target market.
Wait for like screen.
What if I join the
Yeah, I
Zoom
mean,
right now
yeah, what
and then
if
see if
I-
it works? Like if I'll go in the other room and can you tell me if my audio works?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Okay, I'll go right now.
Did that seem a full screen?
Hmm?
Did that seem like a full screen?
This?
Yeah.
It's not perfect. I think it's close enough though. Let's pin her.
Because this is so.
Hi.
It's not enough.
Hi, can you hear me?
Wait, what's the process when you're gonna?
Put it into full screen.
Can you
when
hear
you're
me?
gonna
It's gonna start like this. When I switch it back,
Hello?
starts like this. Then it's straight up this.
Can you hear me?
I don't know if it works.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a better way to get this into full screen.
Yeah, I know. It certainly has.
Vika, how do you make this full screen, full screen? Full- how
Oh,
do we
wait,
get
wait,
this
wait, here.
Oh, where'd you do that?
Like, view,
View.
exit full screen.
Got it. Okay. In which case, let's go to Zoom. Or wait, no.
Wait, do you want the taskbar to be
I
open so
didn't like
it's
them,
easier
but
for
I.
you?
No, it's fine. I can just go here.
The thing is, whatever they invest in the time investing, but after tech starts, you know, the cap table is very skewed up, so like, influence like that, ask them like.
There we go.
Use of funds, otherwise, why is it even like, like, I don't get a good answer from that, plus, you know. Like, yes.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Seriously?
I know, I saw this, I was like.
Oh, wow.
So you all might not.
We'll just keep an eye on it at this point. They can't easily see any response.
Over there.
What? I'll keep rolling back.
Okay, no, I'm introducing. Yeah, let me just drop everyone. Okay. Hi everyone, we're gonna start doing the speaker session now. Can we all start settling in, please?
You need to go outside.
Can you have?
That's what I'm saying. He's an actor, he's a boxing friend.
I should have given him his bigger bag. Didn't fit in the bags.
Don't be Steve,
You
though.
guys did a great job.
Pretty
of
impressive.
Selecting the speakers.
Yeah.
They all
And
have
nice job,
stars, obviously, but they're all actually.
I'm so sorry about that.
No, it's all good. I like that. You're in stone cold face, like.
I was trying to be as objective as possible.
Okay, so we'll begin. The first thing is that we want to have the rankings from each of you, 1 through 12 for each.
Should we just throw it in there?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys brought something, so if you want to like write down on paper, I can also just.
Right, I'll give it to her.
You can just say it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So whatever's easiest, if you wanna, I have it open as well, so if you just write down, I can also put it. So whatever's easiest.
So if you're going to add things up under rankings or turn it all the way to the right? Is that
Um,
right?
Yeah, No.
No, okay.
I'm not.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, welcome back, everyone. Before we hear decisions about the outcome of the competition, we have our talk with Blake Scholl. So Blake Scholl is the Chief Executive Officer at Boom Supersonic, which he founded in September 2014, with the goal of making the world more accessible through making high-speed travel mainstream. Prior to founding Boom, Blake held leadership roles at Amazon and Groupon and co-founded the mobile technology startup Chemo Labs. He started his career at Amazon.com as a software engineer in 2001, where he later owned a 300 million P&L in online marketing. Then Blake was the first employee and director of product development at a Kleiner-backed mobile startup Pelago. In 2010, he co-founded a mobile technology startup, Chemo Labs, which was acquired by Groupon in 2012. At Groupon, Blake held multiple executive roles, culminating in responsibility for relevance, email, and search. Blake also holds a BS in computer science from Carnegie Mellon University. All right, let's get started.
Hello, thanks for having me. By the way, on my end, I'm hearing a lot of background chatter.
I can start him. Yeah.
Or number one, I have.
Sorry, Blake, I don't think we can hear you right now.
Testing.
I don't request like software.
Oh, I see. You want number three.
How do you hear me now?
Bit louder.
Test.
Yes, I think we can hear you. Can you guys hear him? Awesome. Hey everybody, my name is Shugan, and I'm super excited to be here today, and I'm super excited you all are here today for CMU VC, and even more excited to chat with Blake Scholl today. Firstly, would like to say a humongous congratulations to Blake as well as the whole team at Boom for the launch of and the first flight of XB1. For those who don't know, XB1 is Boom's kind of first proof of concept of a supersonic jet, and it took flight for the first time yesterday, which is a huge historical feat of engineering. Actually, a supersonic jet has not flown in the past 2 decades since the Concorde retired, so it's an incredible moment for all of us, and especially the team at Boom. So really excited to be chatting with you today. And especially for me, Boom was the first company that exposed me to deep tech and hard tech startups, and has been a huge inspiration for me personally on my trajectory in working in deep tech and hard tech and wanting to build my own startup. So thank you, Blake, for inspiring a generation of builders and entrepreneurs who want to tackle really challenging problems. Would love to start and kick things off with you.
Well, thank you for having me, and thank you for your kind words. Excited to be here, and I apologize I couldn't be in person, but if I only had a supersonic jet, maybe I could have made it.
Right. I wanted to first start off with, and I think this is a question that I personally am very curious about, and a lot of the folks in this room. How did you figure out mainstream high-speed travel was your life's work? Given that this room is a younger audience who's trying to figure out what they want to work on, do you have any advice on figuring that out, and how did you figure that out?
Let's see. I mean, I think I think our passions choose us rather than we choose our passions. For me, flight has been something that I've loved for basically as long as I can remember. My parents tell me that when I was like 6 months old, they took me to a local airport, and I first made the connection between a toy thing and a real thing with an airplane. And so who knows, maybe it imprinted. I started taking flying lessons for fun when I was in college, doing an internship in the Bay Area. And in my mid-20s, I set a lifetime goal of flying supersonic. And I think that story was I was working at a tech startup in Seattle, and I was waiting for my girlfriend who was on one of these like horrifically delayed flights. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, what happened to supersonic? And started kind of Googling it and researching it. And I said, okay, great. I want to break the speed of sound one day. And I put a Google alert on supersonic jet because I wanted to be first to know when I could, buy a ticket.
Right.
And go do it. It didn't really occur to me that I would work on it. But I knew I was very deeply unsatisfied with air travel. And so, meanwhile, I kind of had, my rest of my first career in tech, including started a company called Chemo Labs, where we built, wait for it, we built a barcode scanning game. And, like if you, yes, it's laughable. Like if you make a list of the most important thing in the world down to the least important thing in the world, I think you have to go get a backhoe and like dig a deeper hole to find the place where barcode scanning game lives. And in my experience, doing that company was, despite the fact that it sounded trivial, or maybe even because it sounded trivial, it was really hard. And, I would get up in the morning and think like, man, why did I get into this? And we somehow managed to sell the company to Groupon anyway, which was a minor miracle. And I spent a couple of years kind of doing the earn out thing at Groupon. And so now I've got moved from barcode scanning games, like maybe like one step up to internet coupon. And it just sort of made me keep thinking like, why am I on Earth? And, what do I really want to work on? And I knew I wanted to do another startup. But I didn't want to ever have to ask the question, why did I get into this? And is it worth it? And so I sort of fired myself from Groupon and eventually said, look, I want to make a list of all my startup ideas in order of how happy I would be if it worked.
Right.
And, forget like everything else. Like, do I have the resume for it? Do I, is it even possible? Is it a good idea? Just like, how happy would I be if it worked? And sort of just prioritize very, very much my own happiness. And so anything with an airplane in it for me went to the top of the list because it was just such a deep area of passion.
Right.
And I thought I would get through 2 weeks into the research on supersonic flight and realize why it was a bad idea that nobody else was doing. And then sort of, cross it off the list and move on to the next thing. And I didn't want to like, be there at the, age 80 or 90 or 100 or hopefully 120, wondering what if I'd tried. And what I basically just found is there's a bunch of stale conventional wisdom that did not stand up to basic analysis that anybody with a spreadsheet and a web browser and half a brain could do. And so it sort of like, okay, there came this moment where I'm like, all right, this is clearly possible. Nobody's doing it. At that point, I didn't really understand why nobody was doing it.
Right.
And I figured either I had no courage or I was going to go run at it. And so the things that I sort of extract from that story, and if I look across my career, my time at Amazon, the startups I worked at, and boom, I've always done my best work when I was building something that I deeply wanted to exist in the world. And many times, many times when I would start in on something, I didn't actually know how to do it, and I was actually really afraid that I would never know how to do it. But I wanted, there's something I wanted to be part of or wanted to make, and that motivated me to go, figure out the how. And so that would be, I think that would be my single biggest wish for for entrepreneurs. What on day one of starting a startup is a tiny percentage of what you're going to need to know on the day of success. There are enormous leadership lessons learned, there are market lessons learned, there are all these skills and knowledge that you have to acquire to be successful that you're not going to have on day one. There's going to be a lot of learning.
Right.
And there's going to be a lot of challenge. And if you're ambitious at all, you're going to run at your personal red line. And that personal red line is going to feel the same whether you're building a barcode scanning app or a supersonic jet. But what's different is the motivation and what makes it worthwhile. And so my put is, forget what you know today. You're going to learn a lot anyway. Figure out what you want to create. And if you can manage to do it, put aside all fear of failure. Pick the thing that's most motivating, because that's the only way we can find our limits, is to pick something we were really, really motivated to do, run at it as hard as we can, and see how far we get.
Right. That's an incredible answer. And I have so many questions stemming from that. To start off, if you could go back, would you have, instead of starting Chemo Labs and
getting acquired by Groupon and working at Amazon, would you have started Boom Supersonic from the get-go? Or do you think that experience you had beforehand set you up better to start Boom?
It definitely set me up better. I mean, you know, I say work on the thing that you most want to exist in the world, and yet I still think there's this like implicit filter of like what's even within the realm of what we would consider possible. And I'm not sure, you know, if I had like graduated with my computer science degree and like the next day, I don't know if I would have had it in me to say, okay, I'm now qualified, or I'm not even going to make a run at building a supersonic jet. I think it was just beyond what I would consider. On one hand, on the other hand, I think one of the best pieces of one of the best things I did early in career is I just ran towards problems I was excited about with great people. And you know, I went to Amazon for two reasons right out of school. One was, and so to put this in context, this was like fall of 2000, like the dot-com bubble is like imploding. You know, it's in Amazon. Most people think Amazon's a bookstore, so it's very, very different from what it is today. And yet, like I just sort of fell in love with like what they were doing with, you know, personalized merchandise. And I would go to the homepage, and it would be filled with like books I love. And I'm like, how'd they do that? I'm like really curious. I'm like, man, I want to work on that. And then I sought out an interview, and again, all my friends were saying, like, does that company even exist? Isn't it like Amazon.bomb and whatnot? But everybody I met at Amazon was really freaking smart.
Yeah.
And they seemed to know what they were talking about and knew what they were doing. And like, I want to work on something exciting with like the best people I can find. I want to be the dumbest person in the room. And I think, and that I would recommend as a principle to anybody who is, if you're not ready to start your first company, and actually, regardless of whether you're starting your own company or whether you're working for somebody else, like I've always found it's best to surround myself with the very best people I can find, and like strong. Yeah, and going to Amazon in the early 2000s, it definitely felt like that, and so I got to learn from some insane people. And it was an environment where there was the other thing I'd recommend, you know, early career is go to an environment that's high growth. Because what it means is there are going to be way more interesting problems to solve than there are people to work on them. And the opposite is actually really bad. When there are more people than work, then environments tend to get very political and people like fight for the work. But at Amazon, there was like so much opportunity. It was like literally in the hallways, and you could like trip over it if you weren't careful. And the culture was you could just pick up a problem and run with it. And that's kind of like basically how I stumbled into, you know, getting to have a P&L when I was 24 and being able to work on stuff that Bezos cared about personally. And there's like I felt like I was constantly like right on the line of getting fired. Like, I can't believe they're letting me do this. I'm like just barely holding it together enough that they're not going to like kick me out of this job and, you know, put someone in there who actually knows what they're doing. I later found out I was the youngest ever manager at Amazon. I didn't even realize that at the time. But my point is just, you know, go surround. I learned so much from being surrounded by great people, including working on like challenging things that senior people at the company cared about.
Yeah.
And the fact that I got to work on something that Jeff cared about was insane. As you know, I didn't get to screw it up. You know, I got like intense coaching in a way because it mattered to the company, and so it turned into this sort of like accelerated growth kind of experience.
That makes a lot of sense, and I think I've consumed a lot of articles on Paul Graham essays or Sam Altman blog posts where they both say, and a lot of people say, early in your career, the people who you surround yourself by will really accelerate your trajectory. And as you said, always be the dumbest in the room. So I think that's advice that still holds true. What I'm really curious about is you recently shared a journal of yours on Twitter of your early thoughts on supersonic flight. And you shared that you wrote that on April 2014, and 5 months later, you started Boom. I'm curious what happened within those 5 months that gave you enough conviction to start Boom and say, I'm going to be the person that does this. And what did you do? Yeah, I'm just curious what you did within those 5 months.
Yeah. So To answer part of it, like I definitely did not decide I'm going to be the person, and there's a whole sort of psychological mind fuck to that in some ways I'm still in. But I'll answer very specifically. Then we'll talk about the psychological piece, which I think might be the most interesting part. So I basically said, look, I need to go get educated on aerospace. And so I bought every textbook I could find. I did Khan Academy, remedial calculus and remedial physics, because I hadn't had physics or calculus since high school. Somehow this crazy school called CMU let me get a bachelor's degree without any physics or any calculus. I don't know how that happened, but at any rate, so I sort of went, and I just got the textbook. I started doing the problem sets. And if I didn't understand it, I'd throw the textbook out and get a different textbook and kind of go through it until I got my head around it. And sort of building a kind of spreadsheet model of the airplane and a spreadsheet model of the market. And then I think it was like July or August of 14, where I sort of had this, really rudimentary model of that said, hey, the market's large and the airplane, with a certain assumptions, like the airplane ought to be buildable. And I took all of it to a professor at Stanford who had done some supersonics research. And I was like, dude, could you like check my math and like tell me whether my assumptions are reasonable? Because I don't know what I'm doing, but if this is right, like it all seems possible. And I actually don't understand why no one else is doing it.
Right.
And I remember he looks at it, he clicks around, and we're, to give you a sense of what's in there. It's like, lift to drag ratios, which are measures of aerodynamic efficiency, and something called specific fuel consumption, which is a measure of engine efficiency. And if you have it, engine efficiency, aerodynamic efficiency, and structural efficiency, those are like basically the three things that if you know what those are, you can predict the performance of an entire airplane.
Right.
At any rate, so I was like, are these assumptions reasonable? And he basically said you should try harder because your assumptions are conservative. And I remember leaving his office in some kind of stupor and saying, like, if this is really true, then either I have no courage or I'm going to go run at it. And so that was kind of the pivotal moment. And I think after that, I called my lawyer, who had set up my first company, and I was like, it's going to sound crazy, but I've got another company I want you to set up. And then there was sort of this element of like kind of deciding to go for it or not, because it was like so abundantly clear I did not have the resume to be the founder of a supersonic jet company. Like, I'd never taken any classes in aerospace or mechanical engineering, aside from like the little self-tutoring. And the only thing I really knew about airplanes was, how to fly a single engine airplane. And I literally didn't know a single soul in the industry. Like I remember going to LinkedIn and, filtering connections, first degree industry equals aerospace. And it was nothing, it was empty set. And so it was going to be this like sort of a personal Hail Mary. And I remember spending some time thinking about like, can I do it? Can I do it? And what I eventually realized was that it was the wrong question. And I thought about the leaders that really inspired me. The people like Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. And I thought of Bill in particular having set for Microsoft the mission to put I think it was like put a computer in every home and on every desk.
Yeah.
Running Microsoft software, and he said that in like 1978 or something like that. Like it was an absurd statement. Back then, and yet they actually did that and then some. And says, okay, when people, Bill had to be willing to like go set that as a goal when he was nowhere close to it. And the goal was just absurd. And so when the people who do that and succeed, like we know their names, and the people who do it and try and don't succeed, we don't know who they are. They're sort of the dark matter of entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
But they know they tried. And I sort of concluded that the only way I would know what I could really do was to stop worrying about the whether, to put all my energy into the how and just see how far I got. And so I sort of jump off a cliff and see what would happen.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And recently Jensen Huang said, someone asked him if he were to start NVIDIA again, would he do it? Knowing what he knows now. And he said no, because he went into it naive and not knowing about the challenges and how painful would they be. As he started building NVIDIA. So he kind of came into a rose-tinted glasses,
And like even Steve Jobs says, you have to be a little crazy and you have to be a little delusional into thinking you are going to build this company and you're going to make it happen. So your point makes a lot of sense to just go and do it and then take the challenges as they come. I wanted to ask, especially because of your background and as you were saying, you weren't an aerospace engineer by training or a mechanical engineer by training. You had a software background. I'm curious how that factored into how you built Boom in the early days. How did that factor into how you hired, the people you hired, the company structure, and what you prioritized? Yeah, and I'm curious, how did you prioritize and how did the structure of the company form in the early days as a result of who you were and what your background was when you started?
Yeah, well, I knew I would, a bunch of interesting stuff to share here. One piece is, I didn't have, 4 years to kind of go off to go get a degree or worse, like a whole decade to go off and somehow get a degree in experience. So I had to very much focus on understanding first principles. And so it's like, okay, in any given piece of what I need to know, I'm not going to know everything, but I have to figure out what's most fundamental and get my head around that. And so like, focusing on understanding everything in terms of, Newtonian mechanics is actually really powerful. Like I would sort of tell myself as I was going through this, if I couldn't explain something in terms of like Newtonian mechanics, then I didn't actually understand it yet. And I sort of kept this paper. I kept this like Google Doc that was called my confusion list. And I would keep whenever I come across a topic that I was confused about, I would just write it down. And I think I had in my head that eventually the confusion list would get to 0, but actually it just expands without bound. But when something was the most important thing, not to be confused about it, then I would focus and try to get some clear understanding about it. But this very much related to how I built the team, because I would need people who were going to support me and be able to help me understand what I didn't understand. And so my favorite interview question in the early days, and frankly, it's still my favorite interview question, is teach me something. I love the question for a bunch of reasons. Like one is in success, every candidate I interview, I learn something from.
Right.
And two, even knowing the question, which is part of why I'm going to like share it openly, you can't fake your way through answering it.
Yeah.
Like in order to teach something, you have to actually understand it pretty darn well. And you have to have some skills of understanding another person's context and how to bridge them from their context to your context. It's kind of what communication is. And so if you couldn't teach me something, you didn't get hired at Boom in the early days. And yet like some of our like most amazing early hires, like I could tell you to this day the things that they taught me that were like really incredible. And on the other hand, I continue to find just the number of people with impressive resumes who did not understand the fundamentals of what they were doing was mind blowing. Like I remember at one point interviewing somebody for a senior aerodynamics role, and I looked at his resume, and he purported to be an expert in hypersonic intakes. And I'm like, teach me something. He's like, well, oh, like what? What do you want me to teach you? I'm like, I don't know, man. It looks like you know hypersonic intakes. Like I barely know what hypersonic is. So tell me all about that.
Yeah.
And he starts into it, and he's like, well, for a hypersonic intake, you really want to have a stream trace design, because that's what's going to let you minimize the cowl lip angle. And I'm like, hang on, dude, like back way up. Like, what's a stream trace design? What's the cowl lip? And what angle are you talking about? And why does it matter?
Yeah.
And so we went all the way back to basics. And, it turned out that, by the way, the statement is true. Hypersonic intakes do want stream trace designs. But this individual, he sort of knew it as a rule of thumb. It didn't actually understand where it came from or why. And I think by the end of the interview, I had sort of like reverse engineered some understanding, but he didn't have it. And my point is that this is like one of the biggest things I look for in hires from day zero all the way to today is
Right.
people who understand down to first principles why they're doing the things the way they're doing and not just operate on rules of thumb. And that it matters. It matters very much if you're for an innovation company, as the rules of thumb are true. That's why they're rules of thumb, but they're true in a context.
Yeah.
And I think one of the biggest mistakes that smart people make is not noticing when the context changes, and they keep operating on the same kind of rule of thumb, even as the context changes. I give other examples of this if it were interesting, and then it doesn't work anymore, or they can't innovate because all they can do is sort of pattern off of what's been done before. They can't actually. You need to think of first principles to actually break new ground, and that's very important.
That makes a lot of sense. And I remember I was interning at SpaceX, and my manager, he was kind of getting mad at everyone because everyone kept on slapping a 0.1 tolerance on all their designs. And he took out a ruler and he's like, this is like what 0.1 millimeters is. And you can't just slap it. You have to really understand why we're putting that on. And even another example in batteries, a lot of people say that a battery is unusable when it reaches like 80% capacity. But that's just a metric that people use in the industry. And people just use it to this date without really understanding where that comes from.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There's stuff like that all over the place. All right. Like another one that I kind of love to pick on, and maybe one day we can do something about, is in aerospace, everything has a 1.5 factor of safety. And and it's like I started asking like where it came from, and like nobody can answer this question.
Yeah.
And like clearly it's sufficient because like airplanes aren't falling out of the sky, but it's almost certainly too high. And that results in things being overbuilt and heavier and less performance and less efficiency. And yet like it's this like sort of unquestionable thing out there. And maybe one day we'll figure out how to question it.
Yeah. I'm curious though, because you can go nitty-gritty in a lot of these questions, but obviously as CEO and founder of Boom, especially at the early days, you had to prioritize how you spent your time, and obviously had to make key hires to do the things that you didn't have time to do, or you had to divert your focus. So I'm curious, what are examples and who were the key hires you made at the early days that made Boom what it is today? For example, when you see Tesla, you know of JB Straubel and people like that. So I'm curious, who are those folks at Boom?
Yeah, I mean, most of the people. One of the things I learned along the way is great early stage people are not necessarily the same as great mid or late stage people, and so the kind of people you need early are not the same as the kind of people you need middle or later, and boy, I screwed that up so many times before I finally understood that. But yeah, the first couple hires were a chief engineer and a CTO, kind of one person who was an airplane person, one person who was a senior software person, and then we realized, pretty early that propulsion was going to be fundamental. So the next hire was an engine engineer. And none of those people are still at the company. They've all been gone for actually a long time. I think we have one person left who interviewed in my basement.
Yeah.
Before we actually moved and got a real office.
Yeah.
But the great early people tend to be generalists. And they can do a lot of different things, and they are, they tend to be a mile deep on something that they kind of grew up in, and then they tend to be like an inch wide, an inch deep on something like a mile wide, and they're like totally unafraid of like going to something they've never really done before and kind of like figuring it out without being an expert. And that's what great early people look like. And they love wearing multiple hats, so like our CTO ran marketing, and by the way, did a really good job at it. But then the company got bigger, and it made sense to have a dedicated head of technology and a dedicated head of marketing, and that's where the kinds of people that you need start to change. because the early stage people are gonna have to start to take off a couple of their hats and just wear one.
Yeah.
And they have to make, sometimes there's also a choice of like, do I want to become an executive and be senior in the company, or do I want to be like super hands-on, like writing code, doing engineering, whatnot?
Yeah.
And it's hard to like it's hard to do both. It's like basically you can't do both. You have to choose.
Yeah.
And that's where the great early people start to be unhappy as the company scales. As you go from generalists to experts. And I'm probably like, oversimplifying some things here. Like whenever there's still like I think enormous value in generalists, but you have to find the right ways to like deploy them, and later in company history. And at least in my experience, hasn't been always obvious like how to do that. And some of my worst mistakes were all about misunderstanding what talent I needed.
Yeah.
And I think a thing that I had to believe about myself was I could learn anything. Because if I didn't have that self-belief, like the notion of like me starting a supersonic jet company was absurd. And then I would take that belief and I would like project it onto other people. And well-meaning people, if they believe in the mission, they'll go run it, any challenge. And yet not actually, I think that the attribute of I'm actually really excited to go learn anything. It's actually fairly rare. Most people have things they love to do. They have their strengths and their weaknesses, and you can like make them work on their weaknesses all day long. But a far more effective thing usually to do is to put them in a role where their strengths matter, but their weaknesses don't.
Yeah.
And I messed that up so many times. I probably still am in some ways. But that was one of the hardest things, is kind of figuring out what to do with people at each stage of the company. And every time I thought I had it figured out, like then the company would grow and everything would change, and the answers that worked suddenly didn't work anymore.
So if you could bucket it, would you say, when you say early stage, would you say that is around the seed or pre-seed, where generalists are highly valued, and it makes sense for, in Boom's case, to hire those types of people, and then later on after that, hiring more specialized people?
I mean, I guess that's probably right, but that feels to me like one of those rules of thumb that versus first principles. I would the way I would encourage thinking about it is what things need to get done.
Yeah.
And how big is the company? And how big can the company be based on the funding available? And if you've only raised $1 million, you're not going to be able to have like a full-time head of HR and a full-time head of marketing and a full-time head of finance and right, like it would be absurd, right? And so you have to have a way of dividing that work up amongst a smaller number of people. And then when the resources become available, you can actually afford the larger number of people. And that's the point where specialists make sense. And also the other thing that happens is that the things that can be a third of someone's focus start to actually get big enough and important enough that they require someone's full-time focus. When that happens, then you need the dedicated leader, and the generalist has to either become a specialist, or find something else in the organization where they can where they can continue to operate as a generalist, but they have to take some hats off. Like the CTO, who was also the CMO, at some point had to choose, because like both of those needed full-time leaders.
Yeah. Got it. And this kind of transitions into another question I have is, so Boom has a number of challenges that are both technical and can't pronounce this word, but you probably know what I mean.
Regulatorily,
yes,
I think.
exactly.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. How did you decide which ones to tackle initially? And analogously, what were your priorities in year one, and how has that evolved over time? And I'm just curious to know what your priorities are right now, especially after XB1's first flight.
Yeah, so a thing that I think is a core CEO responsibility is to constantly be asking, what's the most important thing?
Yeah.
And that answer is going to change. Sometimes it can change like really rapidly. And in the early days, it can particularly change. really rapidly. And so, very much like shifting focus and shifting the whole company's focus can happen with a lot of frequency. And that's another thing that like filters startup people versus not startup people. Like the environment can be really chaotic because it needs to be, because things are changing very rapidly. And for some people love that. And some people think it's bananas, and it means the company is like screwed up. And it's like, great, like if that's how they experience it, they should go to a stable big company. They'll be much far happier there. But the other piece of, you're talking about technical focus versus regulatory focus versus whatever else. One thing we tried to do is to really simplify what we were choosing to do for our first product. And so for example, we made, and this was like at the moment of founding, decided the first product would not have any technology that did not have a regulatory approval precedent. And we weren't going to try to change any rules. We were going to build a product that would have a large enough market within the confines of proven technology and existing regulations. And that, concretely, that meant things like we were going to fly right under the speed of sound over land, and we'd fly supersonic over water, because it's nuts, but there's this prohibition on supersonic flight over land. And one day we're going to change that, but we decided not to put that hurdle between us and shipping a product.
Yeah.
And there, there are a bunch of other things like that. And nonetheless, I still think we actually did overscope the first product. And over time, found additional ways we could simplify it while still having a sufficiently large initial market.
And what were your priorities? What were your priorities initially? So you scoped out the product. What are the non-negotiables you're going to have in the first product? What are the rules you're not going to bend? And what are you really going to innovate on? Alongside that, what were your priorities in where you diverted your focus earlier on?
If you don't mind, I'm going to answer a slightly different question that I think might be more generalizable, helpful to the group. So on day one, my assumption was the thing that would matter was technical progress building this product. And what I learned pretty quickly as I was out there trying to raise money is that actually the commercial progress mattered as much as the technical progress. And the really demonstrating that we were building something that people would want was and is important. And particularly, so if you think about software startups, they tend to be it tends to be inexpensive to go try something. Like, if you wake up with the idea of Uber, it's a small number of people can put together a prototype and launch it, and we can find out whether people want to summon strangers from the internet in order to get in their cars. And by the way, I'm putting it that way because it sounds absurd on the face of it, but it's inexpensive to test.
Yes.
And if we look at hardware companies, the one of the things that's fundamentally different is it's far more expensive to test. And so knowing, like we will have put billions of dollars into Boom before the first passenger ever buys the first ticket.
Yeah.
And we look back at Concorde. Concorde did this, like billions of taxpayer money went into it in order to build a product that basically had no market. And you can call that like achieving a failure. And so if you're going to do the more expensive it is to test the idea, the more important it is that you find other ways to prove that you're really building something people want.
Yes.
And so doing airline pre-sales turned out to be far more important, and doing quantitative and qualitative market research turned out to be far more important. And the fact that we've got United Airlines to order airplanes, actually make a deposit,
that was incredible.
Turned out to be a really big deal. And we've now got 130 airplanes and orders and pre-orders that we've announced.
Yeah.
And that's and then we have this thing we call the three-legged stool, which is there's part of it is the engineering and execution of the airplane, which obviously has to be there. Part of it is the commercial economics, making sure that we're building a product that airlines will that will be profitable for airlines. And then the last stool is the passenger experience, building something that passengers want to fly on over and over and over again, not just kind of like once and like checking the supersonic box and moving on, which is very much what it was like on Concorde. And so the thing there is how to basically get to product market fit without ever having shipped a product. And it's really easy to convince ourselves that we have it when we don't. And so like the intellectual integrity and then finding a way to prove it to external parties is super important. So I would call that like thing one, making sure if you're going to do something that's like long gestation, capital intensive, figuring out whether you've got product market fit before you've actually built the whole product is incredibly important and not necessarily obvious how you do it. And then number two is how to make technical progress in a way that well, investors kind of most importantly will see as technical progress. So for example, we can go like iterate in simulations and we can, get to a design of the airplane that achieves a certain lift to drag ratio. And we know from a bunch of analysis, like there's like a key number that matters and we can prove that we can get to that number, then that's huge. But by the way, taking an investor through that is a nightmare. So what you want to do is find a way to make tangible to make progress that looks like progress and actually is progress at the same time. And so, for example, when we went through Y Combinator, we did exactly what I just talked about. We worked on achieving a certain lift to drag ratio. And then we built a model of the airplane and we brought it to demo day and we could point at it and say, this feature that you can see with your own eyes is why it works. And so that looks like progress is actually progress. It turned out to be, thematic. And that's part of why it's part of the reason we built a prototype airplane instead of just going right into production. And boy, it took 10 years to build the prototype. So, yeah,
that makes a lot of sense. And I think it also ties into the point that Jared Freeman even mentioned in his hard tech video for YC, which was that if you're building, there's two types of startups, one that has technical risk, but effectively no market risk, and one that has market risk, but almost no technical risk. And since Boom is obviously a startup that has technical risk, you effectively wanted to make it less market risk, and especially for investors who are on board for such a long period of time, and have to be on board for a long period of time. And that's super evident because you could see for Boom in 2023, there are so many partnerships. I was stalking the website and I was like, wow, this is just going on and on and on, which is incredible. And I also wanted to mention, for example, what you mentioned with American and United, which are purchase agreements, also a supplier agreement with Honeywell for providing the flight deck and the modular avionics platform for Overture vehicles, and a partnership with Florida Turbine Technologies for Symphony engine design, among other partnerships. I'm curious, can you share a bit about how these partnerships were formed and how you went about securing them? Obviously, Boom's been around for 10 years, but 2023 along 2023 was the years where these partnerships really came to fruition. And I'm curious about what made them come to fruition then, and how did you go about that?
Let me see if I can break this down into some principles that would actually be useful. So one of the things that might not be obvious is that suppliers, like Honeywell, who's doing our flight deck and avionics, or Leonardo, who's going to build the fuselage. You would think, like, I used to think like, oh, I'm buying these things from people, I'm going to give them money. And so obviously they're going to accept my money and do things. But it turns out actually it's totally not true. Like if you're buying a commodity, then an off-the-shelf product, then probably this salesperson will pick up the phone and sell you something for money. But everything we're talking about that goes into an airplane ends up being some level of custom. And therefore they're going to do their own engineering. They're going to allocate their own manufacturing resources, and there's going to be opportunity costs, meaning they work with us. They're sort of by definition not doing something else. And so getting suppliers on board it was actually very analogous to getting investors on board because they are effectively investing in the company. They're
That's
investing
true. Yeah.
their own limited bandwidth. And so we had, what we needed to do was go convince them we were going to succeed, or that we had a good enough shot at it that they want to throw in. And then oftentimes we would have sort of a phased way we would get them on board. And I called it dating engagement marriage. And we did that with customers. We did it with partners, where basically on day one, they didn't have to go sign, this like multi-decade binding agreement. It could be something that's more exploratory, and then it would lead to a second, when we demonstrated that we're succeeding, then there could be like another phase, and so it takes kind of multiple phases for the partnerships to become more and more firm. But one of the things that really mattered was even in the early phases is being able to announce them, because there was an enormous amount of, frankly, very understandable skepticism about what we were doing and whether we would ever succeed. And many times the partnerships would come to fruition if we found the like narrowest way, like smallest number of supporters that could somehow get a deal done. And there would still be skeptics elsewhere in the organization. But what we found was the moment it got announced, there tended to be like a lot of excitement, and it would sort of like win over the skeptics. Like the first, so in 2017, we did a sort of a pre-order deal with Japan Airlines, where they invested in the company and they pre-ordered some airplanes. As we were doing the announcement, they were actually terrified to announce it.
Oh,
And
really?
they didn't want they were so afraid that there'd be some like backlash, because it seemed absurd what we were doing. And they wouldn't let us put the airplane out there with their in their colors. And then we announced it, and there was just such an outpouring of enthusiasm. And their customers were calling, like, we're so excited that Japan Airlines is getting supersonic jets, and like, when can we fly on them? And they called us back, and they're like, can we redo the announcement? And like, we want to like lean in way more. And oh, you can't do that. Like, that's not how you don't get to redo announcements. But the point of the story was the market feedback, the market enthusiasm helped win over skeptics. And we saw the same thing happened like on basically every announcement we've ever done with a customer. Like there's always this moment right before the announcement, they're like afraid to announce it. And then we do the announcement, and it always exceeds everybody's expectations. Like United, almost didn't want to announce with us. And then we announced, and it surprised everybody how much excitement there was. I've never seen anything else like it in my career. Like it was in every morning news. It was in every newspapers and every
huge
magazine. It was in. We were on every cable TV show. Like I remember seeing the media list, and it was basically like you could just make a list of all media, and that was like the list of media that covered it. And they were getting people calling up and saying, like, I want to switch to United because I want to go supersonic. And that was happening before the airplanes had even been built. And I think that surprised everybody how much benefit there was in that, both for United and for us.
And I'm curious, from yesterday's XB1 news, and I wanted to ask this initially, but how are you feeling? How's everyone at Boom feeling? What are the vibes like? Are you getting messages from investors left and right? Just curious how the whole company's feeling.
I think we're all really excited. And for me, it's a little surreal. I'm not sure if I've yet really believed that it happened. Like I looked at the video we released, and I was like, this is too good. Like, this is a render, right? Like, this didn't really happen. And so I think we're kind of still in the early phases of kind of internalizing what happened. But the thing I know for sure, which is what I tell the team, it took us 10 years to get here, and there were many moments, including the day of the flight, where we didn't think it was going to happen. Like, it almost didn't happen so many different ways. And there were days where we'd come and we'd see a problem. It's like, well, that might be the problem that kills this whole thing. And yet we overcame it. And I look at what we have ahead of us on, to make Overture the full scale passenger airplane a reality. And there are many really big challenges we have ahead of us.
Yeah.
And it can be daunting, and people can look at them and say, well, how the heck are we ever going to do that? And what I try to do is remind them that we've been there before.
Yeah.
We've had, we've had these moments where something seemed insurmountable, and yet we found a way through. So impossible is like what we do.
Yeah.
And that, I think that my hope is that will give the company the fuel, for the next 10 years, to really deliver what we've set out to do.
Yeah. And that makes a lot of sense. And I can imagine how surreal it feels. You've also mentioned how a lot of people before yesterday and before XB1 took flight, a lot of people kept on asking you, when will it take flight? And you never answer because to you, safety is #1 priority. And I know with every CEO and founder, every CEO and founder has their own set of values and culture that they build, regardless of industry, even if it's in the same industry like aerospace. I'm curious, what made you prioritize that for Boom in comparison to, let's say, something like SpaceX that kind of builds and fails fast and does more unmanned vehicle tests? I'm curious, what made you adopt this culture for Boom and prioritize safety first, and especially decide to have a manned flight?
So my belief is that great cultures are actually mission specific. And you can be like very generic about values, like, oh, we should be honest and we should have integrity and we should work hard and we should have teamwork. And like, great, you could put that on a poster on the wall of any company, and it's fucking meaningless. And what great cultures do is identify what are the cultural attributes that are going to be important for success, very specifically at what's going to matter in that company.
Yeah.
And so, Facebook, for example, was famous for move fast and break things.
Yeah.
And given how quickly they needed to move in an environment that was very competitively sensitive, and growing fast really mattered. And, being willing to go try things quickly to figure out what was going to work really mattered. Move fast and break things is like absolutely right for what Facebook needed at that time.
Yeah.
And yet if we did like move fast at Boom, we want to move fast, but we definitely don't want to break things.
Yeah.
Not safety critical things.
Yeah.
And so, when we defined we've had several iterations of what our values are. And we I think we finally landed it in a very enduring way last year. But our values are, think bigger, to be resilient, to inspire always, and to invent together, and to do the right thing. And safety is something that we fold under do the right thing. And those are values that are very specifically chosen because they're going to matter very specifically at this company for what we are doing. Like, there are going to be so many setbacks along the way, so resilience matters. And if we're not resilient, we're going to give up. And just as one example. And then, to go to the specific thing about safety culture, we are in the business of building passenger airplanes that our friends and our family and loved ones and the public are going to fly on. And the safety bar in aviation is very, very high.
Yeah.
It's almost like perfectly safe. Like, something small happens and it's newsworthy, versus like, if you look at automotive, that there are the equivalent of a 737 crashing every 2 days just in North America. Like it's you can't report on the carnage that is the highway, especially you would take over all the news. But my point is, we knew we had to go. We're in the business of building safety critical hardware, and we could have built a supersonic drone and flown it for a fraction of the time and cost that it took to go build XB1. But we wanted to learn how to build a safety culture.
Yes.
Because we knew we would need it for Overture. And especially coming from the software world, where software crashes, it's annoying. But if an airplane crashes, people get hurt. It's serious.
Yeah.
And I wanted to learn, I wanted to learn what was different, how to get that right. And we did not get it right the first time. Like it took some iteration, and I'm actually really proud of where we are now. But there was a lot of learning along the way, and we would not have had that learning had we not actually chosen to go build an airplane that we were going to put a human in.
Right.
And all the way I can, to give you a concrete example, just from the last week, we actually thought we were going to fly a week before we did. We had done we were kind of in the run up to the final high-speed taxi test where we actually, the nose wheel would lift off the runway. And our plan was basically, if that worked well, we could go fly the very next day with good weather. And so that was Saturday, and we were expecting Sunday last weekend we'd be in the air. But I would get the team would have a daily stand up. And the very first thing, by the way, the stand up is whoever the crew chief who leads the stand up will say, basically who has a safety or quality issue to raise from yesterday. We ask the whole team, and we make it very normal. In fact, we reward people for raising safety and quality issues.
Right.
And so we did that. And then I got up and I said, guys, we all know we're like right up here against flying. The airplane wants to fly. We want to fly the airplane. We're super excited. We can feel how close it is. And yet, if there is a problem, we need to know about the problem. We need to surface the problem. Even though we're disappointed by it, we're going to surface it, and then we're going to deal with it.
Yeah.
And so if you find a problem with the airplane, you should most definitely talk about it.
Yeah.
And we'll start by saying thank you. And then it turns out that's exactly what happened. We did the high-speed taxi last week Saturday, I guess a week ago today.
Yeah.
And it was marvelous success. And then we're doing, after every test event, we do a data review. And the engineers were coming through the data. And one of our relatively early career engineering leaders, who's a total superstar, saw something in the drag chute data that didn't look right. And so she brought it up. She's like, this doesn't look like what it should be. We need to double click on it. And so it turned out, so the specific thing is there's what's called a drag chute, which is a parachute that can deploy behind the airplane after landing. And it's basically there as a backup to the brakes. Like the most likely number of times we ever use the drag chute is 0. But it's there if the brakes fail. And this is a hallmark of the kind of thing you do when things are safety critical. You have redundancies. And so it amounted to the drag chute was not consistently deploying, and it was not consistently like releasing after deployment when it needed to be released and kind of cut loose.
Right.
And like we start doing testing, and it's working like 80% of the time. We're like, fuck, like 80 is not good enough.
Yeah.
Like it probably works. Like probably is not the bar. And we went through these agonizing like 4 or 5 days where I think we thought we had that thing solved 15 times before we actually had it solved. And I just kept getting in front of the team and saying, we're going to get this all the way to done, no matter how painful it is. And that's a muscle that we're building that, as we go forward and build an Overture is going to be so incredibly important to our success. And it's very famous now that you go look at, the struggles at Boeing are famous. That they had this and then they lost it. And, we needed to build it. And then it's this like, I view safety culture as this like, precious little flame on this fragile little candle. And all it takes is like one gust of like making the wrong decision.
True. Yeah.
And it's utterly extinguished and incredibly hard to relight, so like the run up to flying XB1, I kept telling people, this is where we earn our safety culture. And if we make the wrong decisions now, everything we've worked towards for the last 10 years culturally is out the window. This is the part where we get to say, and we mean it.
Yeah. That's incredibly inspiring. And it's even more inspiring because this isn't a company that took 1 year or 2 years or 3 years to prove. It took 10 years. And that is a value and something you have to keep on reinforcing for the past decade. And you can clearly see how much of a change identifying that. And then a week later, launching and flying XB1, how much of a difference that made just by waiting a week. So that's incredibly inspiring as an engineer and also as someone who wants to found something like this in the future, of kind of sticking to the company's values and what the mission is. we're actually at time, but I just kind of, which I have like a million more questions for you and and everyone in the audience does too. But I kind of just wanted to end off with, what is Boom's next steps? Obviously, we want to build Overture. We want to fly an Overture. But after XB1, what are the current priorities for you and for Boom?
Well, I'll give the really long-term answer, and then I'll come back to the current answer. Our goal is to make the planet dramatically more accessible, and to do that by building, imagine like anywhere in the world in 4 hours for like $100.
Yeah.
Like that's the very long-term aspirational, big, hairy, audacious thing. And so that the overall technology vector is to keep building airplanes that are faster, more affordable, more convenient, more sustainable. And so we're taking everything we learned from XB1 and we still have to finish out XB1 and actually fly it supersonic, which did not happen yesterday. That'll happen in a few months. But then we're taking everything we learned from that and we're gonna go make Overture a success. And then some of the people that are kind of the experimental R&D people are actually gonna move ahead and start working on the technology for Overture 2. Which I personally get very fired up about, because that's where we get to, I said earlier that there's no new technology, nothing unproven on XB1 and Overture 1, but it's not going to be true on XB2 or Overture 2. That they're going to be they're going to be a radical departure. We have some ideas of what it's going to be. It's going to be a radical departure from anything you've ever seen on an airplane before. And that's what's going to ultimately open up supersonic being accessible to more passengers in more places. And like I said, ultimately we want people to be able to travel casually, like the way you get on a bus. You like to be able to get on an airplane and go to the other side of the planet, which means it has to be really convenient, it has to be really fast, and it has to be really affordable. And so those are the things that will keep us busy for decades to come.
That is incredibly exciting, and I'm personally so excited to be kept up on the news in XB2, Overture 2, Overture 1. Yeah, thank you so much, Blake, for taking out time, especially after the big day yesterday, to chat with us. And thank you so much for paving the way for builders, entrepreneurs, engineers, and people who have big dreams. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. I really enjoyed the conversation. And my wish for yourself and everyone else listening is, go build something amazing. We only live once. Figure out why you're here, and go build something. That's how humanity does not move forward automatically. It happens because people decide to move it forward. So anybody can do it. Look in the mirror. You're anybody.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye now.
Thank you, Shuggin, so much for that amazing moderation. And everybody, thank you so much for being here all day. I know it's been a long day from 10 a.m., but I hope this has been a really insightful competition, seeing all these potential talents and amazing teams around the country, and also hearing from two very notable guest speakers. And so now, I know we've been very excited to hear about who our winners are, but I'd like to start the closing by giving it to Dave Maloney. He runs the Shore Center here, and he'll say a few words.
Thank you, everybody. First of all, thank you to our judges. We still have one of their judges, Amy, in the back. Thank you so much for hanging around. They did a great job in sort of evaluating the teams today. And I got to tell you, I'm the luckiest guy in the world, and I have the best job in the world because I get to work with these amazing students. First, the Undergraduate Entrepreneurship Association, the UEA. These guys work incredibly hard year round to put this day together in this competition. So let's give them all a great big hand. And I truly mean it when I say everybody that was here today was a winner. This is a highly competitive competition with teams from all over the country, literally applications from all over the world. There was 53, I think it was 53. 60 applications. That's pretty amazing. teams from the top schools across the country. And it showed today. The judges and I were just so impressed with how well you guys articulated the things that you're working on. Being an entrepreneur is the best job in the world. I'm not just making that up. There's research studies to show that. Follow your entrepreneurial dreams. You'll have an impact on the world and you will be a happier person. So I'm glad that you were all here today, and we're really excited to hear who the winners are going to be. So I'm going to hand it to, who am I going to hand it to? Oh, there we go. We'll hand it to both of them. Congratulations, guys. Let's give them a great big hand again.
Before we announce the winners, I just wanted to shout out two very important people. First, Dave, if you can come back here. He's been a phenomenal mentor for us to set up this competition. We've been working on this since probably June of last year, and he has provided so much mentorship and support to take CMU VC to the level it's never been. So I just wanted to give a little token of appreciation.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you.
And also Anisha, she is our VP in UEA of the VC committee. She has basically been the one spearheading this entire demo day, from sponsorship all the way to setting up every single minute logistic. If it truly wasn't for her, I don't think we would have been able to reach this level of what we have today. So she's been fighting all the fires. There were so many moving pieces, and I don't think we could have been at this level without her. So just wanted to that. Okay, now we will announce the winners because I know you guys are all waiting for that. I'll give it to Anisha. Today we have 12 finalists for the music fiction edition, and all 12 finalists are receiving a lot of different experience prizes. This is like office hours with VCs, as well as other prizes. And our top three winners are all the expedited interviews with PRF, Golden Fund, and Cherry, and all three will get office hours with Y Combinator. And depending on their placement, they'll get various cash prizes. So our third place will get 1K cash prize and 1K in legal services as those for finances laboratories. So they use ML to understand income scale and content that here. And they developed a rapid and expensive blood test before the time. In second place, they will receive 3K for cash prizes and 1.5K legal services. This goes to Field and Technologies. So they've developed a novel court system optimized for fetal therapy surgeries to improve the safety of pregnancy. The first place winner will get 5K for cash prize and 2.5K legal services, and this goes to the next bid. So it designs custom fit compression garments for medical use such as scar management and blood pressure manipulation. Congratulations. I will pass the mic back to Vika. Yeah, congratulations to all of our teams. Like Nick said, this is a really hard deliberation. That means we're going to have like a solid hour deliberating, but yeah, we're really proud of all this. You guys are going to be like our finalists and we'll be applicants. So, but yeah, thank you so much for attending. I know it's been a really long day, but I'm sure all the teams, as we informed you, we'll spend like the next half an hour doing proper photos for you guys. Any professional headshots, doing proper photos today. So we can get started. We'd love all the finalists to come up here and just, yeah, celebrate. We also have snacks in the door. Yeah, I totally. Wait, so where did you see the portfolio?
Aria, you were taking a workload. Everyone on this side is.